morning to everyone, and welcome to the second day of the online training for the Municipal Local Government Units on Republic Act number 9184 and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations, brought to you by no other than the Government Procurement Policy Board Technical Support Office. I am Janelle de la Cruz of the Capacity Development Division, and I will be your host for today's virtual activity. Just a quick recap of yesterday's learning session. We officially opened the program with our Executive Director, Attorney Rowena Candice M. Ruiz, as she welcomed all of us in this week-long online training event, especially for municipal local government units nationwide. Then afterwards, we jump right through our first session where we have a meaningful and productive lecture with Mr. Reynaldo Vilon on the discussions of Government Procurement 101 and efficient procurement measures, simplified posting, and electronic submission of procurement reports, procurement updates, policies, and innovations. Before we proceed to the training proper, let us just first set the ambience or the vibes of our webinar by getting to know what you are feeling right now. So magkamustahan muna tayo, guys. So just to give you a little trivia, alam niyo ba na ang formal na salitang kamusta ay kumusta? K-U-M-U-S-T-A. So nagmula ito sa salitang Espanyol na como esta. So, all right, all you have to do is to complete the sentence. So let me start it by sharing my thoughts first. So today I feel wonderful and I am grateful for everything, and I am also looking forward for today's training activity. So now it's our participants' turn, no? So I'm going to select random participants to also share their thoughts or feeling for today. So for the unlucky participants, I'm going to choose kindly unmute your mic and proudly share to us, how are you today? So, and to the rest of our participants, you may also share your thoughts by dropping your answers to the Zoom chat box so we can read it as well. Okay, so according to my randomizer, the first participants to share his or her feelings today is from... O may volunteer po ba tayo? From LGU Burgos, La Union, Sir Fernando Ramos. Can you unmute your mic, sir, and share your thoughts for today, this Tuesday morning?
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, sir. Good morning. So, sir, pa-complete po yung sentence natin. Today, I feel
very blessed.
And I am grateful for...
I am grateful for this opportunity to enhance and review all my knowledge about the RA 9184.
Yes, sir. And I'm looking forward to...
implement it in my municipality efficiently.
Yes, tama, sir. Thank you very much for participating. Salamat po. And for our next participants, magtawag pa po tayo ng isa, no? Para may pampagising lang. Active participation. Sino po kaya? Wait lang. May we call on from LGU Binmalay, tama po ba, Binmalay? Miss Reynalda Bravo Beltran. Can you unmute your mic, ma'am? Good morning po, ma'am.
Yes, today I feel great.
Yes,
I
am grateful
for having all of you today as participants and as a host of this seminar workshop. I am looking forward to learn everything that we will be hearing for today's activity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, thank you for our participants for actively participating on our short activity. So, and that's it all of us are now in the same good vibes and goals for today. So moving on, before we dive to the program proper, let me give you an overview of the program of activities for the second day of our online training program on government procurement. So for today's activity, I am particularly excited because we will be tackling about the procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities. So kailangan po ito ng ating mga LGU. So this is a very important discussion. So further, to make our discussions even more exciting, I would like to remind the participants that we shall be conducting series of knowledge check questions in this online training, wherein our Zoom participants shall answer questions through poll, which shall be flashed later in your screens. So we have a jam-packed session ahead of us, so please make sure to bring your A game starting now until the end of our activity. And we look forward for everyone to learn a lot from this online training program. So as promised po yesterday, we mentioned that we will have a 2 early bird participants who will get a special tokens from us from GPPB TSO. So these 2 early bird participants has entered the waiting room almost an hour before our program. So upon verification and validation of our technical team, we would like to announce our first early bird participant from the Municipality of Tagbina, Surigao del Sur, Miss Erlinda Samusino Pesado. Ayun, congratulations ma'am for being an early bird. So excited si ma'am talaga na mag-participate sa atin. And our second early bird is from the Municipality of San Juan, Batangas, Mr. Glenn Limbo Castillo. Congratulations po, sir, and to our 2 early birds. Our event secretariat shall coordinate with you on how you may claim your special tokens. Congratulations po. So another reminder is we would like to remind again our participants to please register to the online training management system of the GPPB TSO by visiting the link flashed in your screen and using the control number emailed to you by our event secretariat. We would also like to remind the participants to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance sheet through Google Forms by visiting the link shared to you by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat box. So rest assured that all information gathered for this online training shall be treated with utmost confidentiality consistent with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act. All right, so let us now move on to the lecture proper for the first topic of this online training. With that, allow me to introduce our resource speaker this morning. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you our session's resource speaker. The resource speaker is a certified public accountant and has been a GPPB accredited trainer since 2004. She was a former employee of the Department of the Interior and Local Government Region 3 and a former part-time instructor in accounting. For her, there are always new skills to learn and techniques to adopt. As one Chinese proverb says, learning is a treasure that will follow its owner anywhere. So she hopes that everyone will listen and be able to learn as she delivers her topic today. Joining us today, Chief Budget and Management Specialist of the Department of Budget and Management Regional Office 3 and a GPPB recognized trainer. Please welcome Ms. Gracela A. Ortiz. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Is my audio loud and clear there? Yes, it is my advocacy to always observe the health protocols. That's why I'm wearing my mask, just to remind everyone to wear their mask all the time, except of course when you are eating or drinking, but you should always wear our mask. Hello, everyone. Kumusta? Okay. Yes, kumusta? Oo, kanina nakita ko narinig ko ang isa kong kababayan. I'm from Pangasinan. So yung Bimaloy is from Pangasinan. I'm from Dagupan City, and so nice na may narinig akong taga Pangasinan. And of course, wag kayong magtampo yung mga ibang participants. I wish to have a special shout out to all my ka-region, yung mga ka-region 3 ko. And of course, everyone, no? I hope we will have a very nice session today. Sana it's not only me who will do the sharing, knowledge sharing, but also I could get some from you also, especially those na mga experts in procurement. Kasi yung iba, alam ko, datihan na rin kayo nagpro-procure, and of course, ano na kayo practitioner talaga. Okay? So, may I share my screen now? Are you ready now? Yes? Okay, so let's get ready to rumble. Okay, I will share my screen now. Okay? Clear ba yung nakikita ba yung aking screen? My presentation? Can you see it? May I see some thumbs up,
Yes,
please?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as our beautiful host for today, si Ma'am Jen Aguilar, tama ba? Si Ma'am Jen o Janelle? Ma'am Jen? Yes. Okay, our topic for today is about procurement planning. And here is my outline. Module objectives, and then we'll discuss what is procurement planning as well as its linkage to budget. And then we will delve on the basic principles of the conduct of market study. Please do not expect a very detailed study or a very detailed discussion on this, because what I will give you is only just an eye view, bird's eye view. And then we will have a project procurement management plan, annual procurement plan, early procurement regime, and simplified posting and electronic submission of procurement reports. And our module objective is that we will our participants, you as participant, would be able to apply and incorporate the fundamentals of procurement planning, understand the basic principles of market research, and identify relevant procurement projects with proper budget allocation within the given timeline. Okay, so let us start now. Procurement planning. Ano ba itong procurement? Okay, wait. I know you have already discussed this yesterday, at alam ko po na ito ay kumbaga pinapractice talaga natin, lalo na po ako, because alam mo naman, as mother, no, we do this. We do the kumbaga marketing in our family, no? Pero syempre, hindi ko rin i-discount na yung mga husband, yung mga father, ginagawa din nila ito. And that is procurement. So, how do you do your procurement? Okay? So, sinabi ko kanina, ako, pinapractice ko to. I do the marketing, I do the grocery, no? Nag-grocery ako para sa family. And alam ko, sabi ko nga, pati mga fathers, they do this also, no? Mga husbands, mga ate, halos lahat tayo, we do procurement, no? Okay? But how do you do it? Ako, sabi ko nga, I've been a procurement, I've been advocating procurement, no, since 2004. But hindi ko pa maalis sa akin yung pagiging impulsive buyer ko. What do I mean by that? Okay. One of my hobby, lalo na part of my relaxation, is to go to the mall. At lalo na pag nakita kong sale, naku po, talagang pumapatok ang aking dibdib. bibili ako pag nakita ko yung sale na yan. So, bili. Only to know later on, pagdating ko sa bahay, alam niyo po, 4 na similar item na pala yung nandoon sa nabili ko. Naku, 4, 3. Sobra. So, kumbaga, naging impulsive buyer ako. No? Okay lang sana kung marami kang pera na pag kung minsan nga, sabi ko, hindi pa nagamit, nasira na pala. Kasi, yun nga, usually kasi yung nasi-sale, yun ang madaling, madali nang mag-expire, madali nang masira, mga ganyan, no? Okay, so what is procurement? I-relate natin ngayon. I should practice what I preach because procurement actually is a process. So it is a process of selecting services from a supplier who fits best the need. So when it is a process, you have to really get into the details of knowing ito ba bibilhin ko talagang kailangan ko. Okay? So it includes the process of selecting products and services that will provide value for money. So what is value for money? Yan po kasi ang talagang objective ng pag tayo ay namimili. Because value for money is not only thinking of the price. No? Ay, bargain ito, mura. You do not only think of the price, but also, when you buy, think also of the maximum efficiency and effectiveness of your purchase. Kung ano yun, tingnan mo, pag binili ko ba ito, makukuha ko ba ang mga benepisyo nitong pagbili ko, cost over benefit, di ba? Okay, so we do not only think of the price, but we also think of the maximum efficiency and effectiveness that we could get from our purchase. Okay, now, you have also discussed this yesterday, the key players in procurement. The same key players in procurement planning. Okay. We have here the end user. So, ano ba ang role ni end user? Si end user kasi siya yung nangangailangan ng item na bibilhin, ng project na gagawin. So, it always starts with the end user. So, si end user, okay, when it comes to procurement planning, siya yung nag-iisip, ano ba yung kailangan namin para bilhin? So, lagay niya sa kanyang document. What is that document that the end user need prepare in procurement planning? It is the PPMP or the Project Procurement Management Plan. And then, submits it to the budget office. Whether or para makita whether or not those items that are in the procurement plan will also fits into the budget proposal of the office. And then that is actually dalawang klase kasi there would be 2 or 3 times na tayo po ay prepare, update ng ating pong PPMPs as well as the APP. So those PPMPs will be consolidated by the BAC Secretariat, and then punta rin yan ng Bids and Awards Committee for them to put in their the procurement modalities of each procurement projects. Okay? The technical working group could help us in procurement planning because pwede siyang konsultahin ng mga end user unit when it comes to their procurement projects, especially those kung technical man ito, masyadong complex, they could get the help of the technical working group. And of course, let us not forget lahat po ng mga APPs and ang mga annual procurement plans na yan should be approved by the head of the procuring entity. Or on the part of the LGUs, it is the local chief executives. Also, we will also recognize the role of the local treasurer. Kasi wala po tayong hindi tayo, especially when it comes to budget, pag wala po siyang sinubmit na certified statement covering the income and expenditures, okay, for the preceding fiscal year, the actual income and expenditure for the 2 quarters of the current year, and the estimated income and expenditure for the last 2 quarters of the current year, mahirapan po tayo. So, we should also recognize the role of the local treasurer. Okay? Yung mga wala po dyan, nandun po kayo sa end user. Kung hindi po kayo nasa budget o back o the technical working group o hindi po kayo si mayor or si governor o si barangay kapitan, okay? Nandyan po kayo sa end user because lahat po tayo pwede tayo maging end user. Okay. This is a Philippine procurement paradigm, which I'm sure was discussed yesterday also. Okay. So, in this Philippine procurement paradigm, tatanungin ko kayo mamaya, saan ba papasok dyan ang procurement planning? Okay. So, saan papasok dyan ang procurement planning? The Philippine procurement paradigm is usually has di ba? 4 quadrants, di ba? 4 quadrants. The first is identifying the needs. The second is assessment of the needs of projects. And then after that, based on our assessment, based on our APP, we procure and then implement the project. So that is satisfying our needs, okay? Which will prevail later, wants versus needs. Siyempre needs, di ba? Always. So titignan, we will discuss more on that later, okay? And on the screen is a pie chart, okay? I see this as a donut pie chart. And now suddenly I am craving for donuts with coffee. Ang sarap siguro, no? Sa mga hindi pa nag-almusal, masarap mag-almusal ng donut. Pero of course, health content ng donut, medyo medyo isip-isipin din natin if it is good for our health, no? So, ang pagbili din ng mga pagkain po natin ay kailangan din na isipin kung ito ay makakaganda sa atin pong mga kalusugan. Okay. So, on the screen is the causes or primary cause of delays and failures based on agency procurement, compliance, and performance indicators confirmation result of participating agencies. So, this is the APCPI. So what is APCPI? APCPI is the acronym for that, no? Agency Procurement, Compliance, and Performance Indicator, which is a self-evaluating tool. It is a self-assessment tool in procurement monitoring, assessment, and evaluating or evaluation, which aim at determining the procurement strengths and weaknesses so that your agencies could be able to formulate measures how to strengthen your or to for the weaknesses, for that you may be able to counter the weaknesses as well as sustain the strengths of your procuring agencies, no? So, ginagawa po 'yan and we have confirmators on that, no? Ako nagpa-confirm din ako ng mga APCPI. So, as you can see on the screen, these are the causes of the delays and failures based on their study. So, makita mo talaga on the right side that 50% of the donut, yan po 'yon, no? Meaning to say 50% of the cause of the delays and failures is attributed to planning. And we make it more detailed. 11% of the cost is about for cost estimates. 17% is on problems on the crafting of your technical specifications and terms of reference, and 22% of that is the end user's late submission of the purchase request. Pati ba naman yun, no? Pati ba naman yun kasama sa mga cause ng failures and delays of bidding, no? Analyzing the other side, makita mo naman, maliliit lang naman. 3% inadequate training and varying interpretation of the rules. Lack of manpower daw ang 6%. Late release of special allotment release order ang 5%. Okay, may mga na-receive kayo kasing mga anong tawag dito, support fund, di ba? Nasaro po yung binibigay nila. And then approval and review process, 14% daw. And pinakamalaki na dyan is 22% attributed to the low number of bidders. And come to think of it, pag-iisipin mo nga mabuti, ano bang dahilan bakit there is a low number of bidders? Bakit walang mga bidders tayo? Tignan mo. It might be that your procurement opportunity, yung ipinost mo is not attractive. Meaning to say, maybe mataas masyado yung technical specifications nyo, maraming pagagawa, pero yung presyo nyo naman, hindi naman po siya attractive. Bukang hindi po magkakaroon ng profit ang mga bidders. That's why they do not participate in the bidding. Or, kumbaga, kung titignan mo siyang mabuti, that may result to poor cost estimates or the wrong crafting of your technical specifications. Na kung titignan mo nga, isipin mo, it is also due to poor planning. Okay? So, we are establishing it. We have established that poor planning is the major cause of the delays of failure and delays of bidding. Okay? So challenges in procurement, 50% of the failure of bidding is attributed to poor planning. So saang quadrant? The first and the second quadrant po. Okay. So yan po yung challenges in procurement. Na yung first and second quadrant actually is based on the needs, no? It delves on the needs of the procuring entity. That is identifying as well as the assessment of your needs. So it's not only enough that the procuring entity know their needs, no? But essentially, you should determine your needs in such a way that magiging anong tawag dito, effective yung paglagay ninyo ng mga procurement projects in your PPMP. So the need should be, there are tools in assessing the needs, such as they should have extensive research and studies like the cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study, market study, PPMP. Okay, yan po yung mga gawin ninyo in order for you to be able to identify what are the items that are going to be included in your project procurement management plan. Because pag ang mga procurement projects and activities reflected in your PPMP and eventually in the APP, if they are not properly assessed, if they are not properly researched, no, or determined, then uulit na naman tayo. It will eventually lead to another delay or failure of bidding. So challenge yan in procurement. Okay, so procurement planning. What is this really? So procurement planning basically is determining what to buy. So, ano ba bibili natin? Procurement of goods ba? Procurement of infrastructure or civil works? Or procurement of consulting services? Okay? And then, how many do you need? How many do you need? And that means what is the quantity? What is the quantity? What are the how many items ba yung bibilihin natin? No? Because it is important to be able to determine it, no? Kung how many talaga in order to avoid surplus, no? Pag surplus, sayang. In order also to avoid deficiency in your procurement. Kasi kung kulang naman ang binili mo, then another process na naman ang gagawin mo. So dapat tamang-tama lang ang inyong mabibili. And then what are the details of the procurement project? Such as, ano ba ang technical specs? Or the terms of reference? Or the scope of work? So nandyan yan sa procurement planning. And then, what is the cost? Magkano? That is the crafting of your approved budget for the contract. Medyo kung minsan, yan po ang nagiging dahilan. Sometimes, ang ginagawa po natin, kung ano lamang po yung na-approve sa budget, yun na po yung ABC natin. But actually, sometimes it really won't reflect talaga yung kasi sinusot na lang natin eh. Kung magkano yung ABC, isaswak na lang natin dun yung bibilhin natin eh. But is that proper? Ano ba ang dahilan? Bakit mababa lang ang ABC mo? No? Yung funding mo. Ano ba ang naging dahilan doon? Bakit yun lang ang na-approve? And then, when you need it, kailan i-deliver, kailan bibilhin. So these are your timelines. These are the milestones in your procurement. And of course, how to source it. Source is not only, it should be this made in China, made in Russia, made in US. No, it's not that. But sourcing is more of the procurement modalities. Okay? Procurement modalities yan. Ibig sabihin, ano ang mga methods of procurement na gagamitin in order for you to obtain your procurement projects. Okay? Procurement plan is aimed at buying, no? For the procuring entity, no? It is a procurement plan, let me rephrase it. Procurement plan is actually for the procurement entity to procurement planning is for the procurement entity to schedule its procurement activities in advance, consistent with its approved budget and its target date of implementation. Okay, it ensures the overall achievement, no? It ensures the achievement of the overall goal effectively and efficiently. And of course, it is also aimed of precluding unnecessary purchases and circumventions such as yung suki system, advanced delivery o yung suki system. Bakit nga ba naging suki namin ang supplier na to? Come to think of it, naging suki pala natin siya kasi ma-PR yung supplier na yan. Na pag tuwing may parlor games tayo during Christmas party, siya yung nagbibigay ng first prize at naku, yummy, delicious, maganda yung mga binibigay niyang pang first prize. Ano? But syempre, joke only yan sa akin kasi lalo na sa amin sa DBM, no gift policy po tayo. And then of course, yung pong procurement planning will also precludes the unwarranted resort to alternative methods of procurement. Instead na i-public bidding mo, naku po, shopping, or negotiated procurement, direct contracting. Why? Kasi hindi natin na plano. Okay? Yung ating pagbili. Okay, and of course, procurement planning is also achieving value for money. It promotes the achievement of the value for money. So the challenges in procurement planning is, okay, to be able to counter the following. Yung lack of or insufficient proper market study and cost-benefit analysis. Dapat po maiwasan po natin yan. Challenge yan sa atin. And of course, we will see to it that the proposed project in the procurement management plan should be planned. No? Should be planned. At napag-isipang mabuti. Okay? Kasi dapat hindi no? Dahil nagkaroon ng delays, why? Because yung mga nandoon sa mga PPMPs ng mga end user unit are not planned. Madalas, naiisip mo na lang yan pag, yun nga, una ko palang sinabi, oh, ito yung budget. Meron pala tayong budget na ganito. Ito na lang ang gamitin natin o igastusin natin. Oy, yung ating project na lumiit, isi-shelve mo na lang yung dating project, ulitin mo, ito na lang kasi isoswak natin doon sa ating budget na approve, no? So it's not really planned. So challenge yan, okay? And of course, isa rin na i-address po natin in procurement planning, yung lack of limited training or experience in the crafting of your TORs or your terms of preference, the scope of work, as well as your technical specifications. So, challenge. Kasi yung crafting ng mga technical specs at mga scope of works should really begin sa procurement planning. Okay? Hence, if we will not be able to address the challenges in procurement, there will really be failures of bidding, delay in procurement, and the worst, sasabihin pa, ineffective procurement. Okay? Yung binili ng ano na yan, mga back na yan. Okay? Hindi naman yan ang kailangan natin. Bakit ba nila binili yan? Palpak talaga yung mga ano na yan, etc. etc. No? Sakit naman. Nagpakahirap naman tayo, mga back members, di ba? Na TWG, mga members ng back secretary. Naghirap tayo dyan And user, hinakirapan tayo na tapos yun ang sasabihin sa atin. So, those are the challenges, yung nabanggit po that we should be able to address in order to avoid this failure of bidding, delay in procurement, and ineffective procurement. No? Okay? Ito daw galing po ito kay SINEC series of 2009. Start with why. How great leaders inspire everyone to take action. It is for the better procurement management. This is the golden circle. As you can see on the outer circle, you must know every organization on the planet knows what they do. So these are the products they sell or the services they offer. So dapat we must be able to know the potentials of these suppliers. No? Alamin natin, ano ba yung mga potentials nila? What are the potentials of the product that they sell and the services that they offer? How? Okay. Some organizations know how they do it. These are the things that make them special or set them apart from their competition. Okay? So, alam mo na yung anong mga binibenta nila. Okay? Marami silang nag-offer ng ganito. Pero meron doon yung merong X factor. Ibig sabihin yung talagang kailangan ng inyong agency. That makes them special, yung X factor na yan. And why? Very few organizations know why they do what they do. So why is not about making money, That's a result. So why is a purpose? The cause or belief. It's the very reason your organization exists. So we must know rin, no? Yung itong why na to, ito yung ano ito yung kumbaga outcome ng iyong mga actions. What would be the outcome? So ang sabi dito is not only about making money, kundi yung purpose, yung cause, yung belief, later, no, as we go along, ano nyo, one of the topics na maano natin tumutumbok po dito sa why. No, it's only that when you purchase, hindi lang po dapat yung presyo ang tinignan natin. Hindi lamang po na kagandahan ng item, but there are also some other factors. No, it's a little bit na complicated kung sa relationship, pero dapat you must delve into it. Mas malalim dapat ang iyong analysis in every procurement project that you will undergo. Okay, so I hope everyone is still with me because we will have a knowledge check. Okay, so para ma-check natin kung hindi pa po ako tinulugan ng ating mga participants. So, ma'am?
Yes po, ma'am. At this point, we will be having our first knowledge check. So may we ask our participants to select their answer via the Zoom polling feature. So may we ask our technical team to please flash the question. So our first question is, procurement planning is the process of identifying which project needs can be best met by procuring products and services within the project organization. So is it true or false? So again po, procurement planning is the process of identifying which project needs can be best met by procuring products and services within the project organization. Is it true or false? Please select your answer po dito sa ating polling feature. Okay. Our Facebook Live viewers can also type in your answer in the comment section. Na ba tayo? So, ayun po. Ma'am, most of our answer po is true. Tama po ba yun, Ma'am Grace?
Yes, procurement planning is the process of identifying yung mga project needs natin. So it's a process. It's true. Okay? So big clap to our participants who had answered the true answer, no? Yung question po natin. So big clap po sa kanila. And shall we now proceed with our topic? Or do
Yes,
you need to
ma'am.
have a health break? Habang pwede naman kayong tumayo dahil hindi naman ako mag-check mamaya kung sino yung tumatayo. No? So, shall we have a health break or it's up to you. Pwede po kayong mag-inat-inat, no? Inat-inat ba ang tawag dyan? Pwede kayong, kumbaga, itaas ang paa nyo, magkape, and all that. Pwede kayong gumalaw-galaw. Okay? So, let's go to the next. Procurement planning and budget linkage. Give me a minute. Meron lang po akong i-check ng konti. I-adjust.
To all our participants, please be reminded po to mute your audio po during the lecture proper. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that. Konting lang, in-adjust ko. Okay, procurement planning linkage and budget linkage. Okay, so i-link po natin dyan. Okay, so procurement planning and budget linkage. Okay. Section 7.1 of the implementing rules and regulation. Siguro ano na to, yung mga procurement practitioners natin na tanda niya, ano to, na memorize na to. Anong sabi doon sa section 7.1? All procurement shall be within the approved budget of the procuring entity and should be meticulously and judiciously planned by the procuring entity. So it's a must that you meticulously and judiciously plan yung lahat ng mga procurement ninyo. So hindi lang whim, hindi lang spur of the moment, bigla kayong bibili. It should be judiciously and meticulously planned. So nasa section 7.1 po yan ng implementing rules and regulation ng ating pong Republic Act 9184. It should be consistent with government fiscal discipline measures and see to it that only those considered crucial to the effective discharge of government functions, such as those required for the day-to-day activities or those in pursuit of the principal mandate of the procuring entity, shall be included in your annual procurement plan. Aside from that, the APP shall also include those foreseeable or provisions for foreseeable emergencies based on historical records. So dapat ma-foresee mo na sa inyong records ano ba yung mga parating nangyayari na nakukonsider natin as emergency. Okay? Say for example, tuwing tag-ulan, alam mo na ang isang lugar sa iyong LGU parati ang binabaha. Okay? So, dati hindi yan pinapasukan ng tubig. Ngayon, meron na. Alam mo yan, based on his records. So, hindi na siya, kumbaga, masasabing, emergency na bigla-bigla na lang. Those are foreseeable emergencies because based on your records, parating nangyayari ang ganyan. So, you should have provisions for that. Okay? Section 7.2. Dapat din, parang na rin yan, verse in the Bible na inaalala mo, no? Kasi kung Biblia yung muna in procurement yung IRR, dapat ito parating tinatandaan po natin. No procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved annual procurement plan. And this is a must. Why? There are several times, no? Actually, hindi lang several, maraming beses nakaka-receive ako ng balita o ng mga queries about this. Ma'am, meron po akong ombudsman case, no? Kasi nakita nila na yung isa pong procurement project namin wala po sa APP. Ma'am, paano po ba ito? Yung aming pong yung pinabili po ni Mayor, hindi po namin nasali sa APP. 2 years na po yun nung namin makita na AOM sila ng POA. Okay? Yung isa nga yun it forced them na pwersa sila na mag-retire. Kasi after 10 years nakita, no, na yung ginawa nilang palang building wala po sa kanilang APP. Actual case po yan, no po. And where are they? Nag-retire na po sila. Instead na i-enjoyan pa nila, bata pa sila, retire na. And yung others pa nga, hindi pa naka-clear, hindi pa nila nakuha yung kanilang retirement benefits because meron pa rin silang kaso. So, we must be careful of this. No? We must be abiding on Section 7.2 of this IRR. No procurement shall be undertaken unless it is in accordance with the approved annual procurement plan. And approval of the annual procurement plan by the head of the procuring entity or the designated second-ranking official is mandatory. Okay? So, I have here on the screen procurement planning timeline. Although this procurement planning timeline pertains to the procurement timeline sa procurement planning timeline at the national government agencies. I will tweak this later. Ititweak ko po ng later, konti dito, later, to consider yung procurement o yung local budget calendar po ng ating pong mga local government units. Kasi kayo po ito eh. The same din po ito, standard po kasi mga ginagamit naming slides for NGAs and from the local government units. So, but let us know the role of each procurement player in the procurement planning. So, ito po yung purpose nitong slide na ito. So, procurement identification, dito tayo sa baba, is actually the trabaho of the end user unit or the end user representative. Okay. So procurement identification po yan. And that includes ano pong ginagawa sa procurement identifications, cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study, and market study. Those are your assessment of the needs, di ba? And those needs which have undergone cost-benefit analysis, CBA, FS, and MS, okay, na-assess mo, are those needs na dapat ilagay mo sa inyong project procurement management plan. So, meron ka yan. Sino ang may trabaho niyan? It is the end user representative or unit. Meron kayo. Actually, lahat naman, sabi ko kanina, lahat naman tayo in the agency is a potential end user. Mga end user po tayo, no? And sino naman ang will do the assessment kung yung na-identify yung project ay karapat-dapat ba na isali, no? Sa APP. So it would be the BAC and the Secretariat who will consolidate these PPMPs to indicative annual procurement plan. Indicative mo na yan. And those, pag na-assess na po yan, it will eventually be submitted to the local chief executive. Okay, yan po yung hope for approval. And then, okay, come pag lumabas na po yung LEP na sinasabi, NEP kasi dito, na dito July, pero sa inyo iba. Sa susunod na slide, i-explain kong mabuti. Come July, dito, or kailan ba kayo nag-budget hearing? Tapos sa result ng budget hearing nyo ay yung local expenditure program ng agency. Kung lumabas na po yun, there will be a revision of your PPMP. And eventually, paglabas po o pag-approve po ng tawag dito ng inyong appropriation ordinance come January, there would also be another revision. So sino po ang may role niyan? It is the BAC and the Secretariat. Okay? So again, procurement identification is the role of the end user representative or unit, and the procurement assessment, of course, BAC and Secretariat, and the head of the procuring entity for its approval. Okay. On the next slide, di ba we will consider now yung budget calendar. Okay. So, sa local government unit, kailan ba nag-i-start yung planning? Okay. Planning usually starts on February, di ba? February, and then dadaan niya ng proseso, dapat ma-approve yan ng ating mga local development councils, di ba? So, dapat matapos yung ating pong AIP or Annual Investment Program by June. Because the budget will implement the AIP. Paano ka magkakaroon ng budget kung wala si AIP, di ba? So dapat mauna si AIP, ma-approvean. So you have the AIP. So doon po sa planning stage, dapat nag-i-start na po kayo ng procurement identification. Meaning to say, kung ano yung mga pinaplano nyo, because the AIP is the annual slice of the LDIP, di ba? Yung Local Development Investment Programming. Slice po yan, kaya nga annual. So yan yung immediate na gagawin nyo. Ano bang mga proyekto na immediate natin na gawin for this year? So mga programa po yun na gagastusan ninyo. So during that time, nandoon na ngayon yung mga assessment ninyo na mga projects, ano bang mga procurement projects ang gagawin natin para ma-implement natin itong mga programa na nasa AIP. So ina-assess procurement identification first semester, no? First semester nag-a-assess kayo and during July. Okay, ano ba yung July? O June 16 actually to be exact. Is your budget call. Ano ba yung budget call sa LGU? Calling all of you, calling the different offices of the LGU to prepare their budget proposals. And when you prepare your budget proposals, it should be supported by your PPMP, Project Procurement Management Plan, na ang karga doon ay yung mga na-identify mo na mga programa o na mga projects. So, PPMP should be supported with your indicative or your budget proposals rather ng mga different offices na tawag ko ngayon mga end users should prepare their budget proposals to be supported with your PPMPs, indicative APP, PPMP indicative. Okay. So, lahat ng budget proposals also ay nahihiring. Nagkakaroon tayo ng budget hearing. Kailan po ba nagkakaroon ng budget hearing sa LGU? Okay? So kung June 16, budget call, preparation ng July, come August, dapat may budget hearing. Okay? So yung budget hearing na yon ginagawa para po ma-identify na ngayon ano yung mga programa na lalagyan natin ng budget, ma-include doon sa tinatawag na local expenditure program ng ating pong mga local chief executive. So, na dapat isubmit sa ating mga sanggunian for their authorization come October 16. Okay? So, LEP. May LEP po tayo. Ang LEP dapat ina-accompany rin yan ng ating pong indicative annual procurement plan. So, kung during the budget hearing, pasok po lahat ang inyong mga programa, na successful ang budget hearing ninyo, na-include siya doon sa LEP, you need not revise your indicative PPMP. Kasi nandun naman parehas ng figure doon sa LEP. Pero kung ito naman ay medyo nabawasan, na consider siya sa cost cutting sa budget hearing, then you have to revise or update your indicative PPMP para po isubmit nyo uli sa BAC Secretariat and the BAC for the procurement modalities na ma-include siya doon sa tinatawag nating indicative APP as one of the supporting documents of the local expenditure program to be submitted to the sanggunian come October 16. Okay? So yun po, October 16. So i-deliberate. Pagdating ng January, dapat meron na tayong annual appropriation. Okay? So there might be a revision of the PPMPs again kung yung mga budget na mga pinupost ng mga different offices of the LCEs medyo nabawasan o na-slash. Okay? So, might be na magkakaroon na naman ng revision, i-update nila kasi come come January, magkakaroon tayo ng revision ng APP base doon sa amount na nandoon sa annual appropriation. Okay? So dugtong-dugtong po yan. Kumbaga, yung procurement planning po is a very important process para magkaroon po tayo ng budget. Okay? So, I hope I have made myself clear on that. Kung meron pa pong medyo gray areas on that, pwede po tayong mag-usap later. Okay? So we now proceed to the basic principles on the conduct of market study, which is very important in your procurement planning. Okay. Market study should be the first step in the development of your PPMP. Okay? Dapat, yan ang first step mo eh. Because a market study is actually a process of gathering and analyzing information about the capabilities within the market to satisfy the agency need. So, ang market study is also known as market analysis, market assessment, market sounding. Okay, kung marinig mo ang mga yan, synonymous po yan sa market study. Yung market research is also synonymous to market study, which is very useful in defining the requirements. Market study is not only useful to procurement planning. Magagamit mo rin yan when you choosing your procurement method, when you are evaluating the bids, o kaya kung minsan nagja-justify sila ng contract implementation, papasok din dyan yung market study. Yung extent ng market study mo, depends on the complexity po ng project po natin. At saka syempre, tignan mo rin yung magnitude ng inyong amount. Kasi lalo na kung medyo ang project na gagawin komplikado, malaking amount yung gagamitin mo, hindi basta-basta na ini-implement mo. Dapat talaga pinag-aaralan mo yan. Otherwise, it would lead to a disaster procurement kung hindi yan talaga mapag-aralan. So a market study can be done using the internet or by soliciting information from potential suppliers, from other sources. Later, meron tayong kumbaga, mga listings kung saan pwede kayong mag-source ng inyong mga data for your market study. So, pag nag-market study ka, ano ba yung minimum na result na makukuha mo? Minimum. At the minimum, makukuha mo o ma-identify mo dyan yung availability ng suppliers, ano yung capabilities nila, ano yung product salient features nila, what are the best practices, ano ba yung typical timelines for the delivery and implementation of this project based on your study, and then you synthesize it, para maging para maging technical specs, para maging scope of work or para maging terms of reference later on. Okay? So very useful po talaga ang market study. Okay. So as I've said, market study is very important in developing your procurement management plan o yung PPMP. So very important po yan. Okay. So in order for you to do that, of course, you must identify muna ano ba yung objective, ano ba yung goal, mandato, o outcome na gusto mo na ma-achieve. So identify that. So you must be able to identify your priorities. Ano ba yung mga priorities natin? Kasi gaya nga ng sinabi ko nung una pa lang that yung mga nandoon dapat sa yung PPMP should actually reflect the actual needs of the procuring entity or the LGU. So, you must be able to identify ano yung desired outcomes, ano yung mga priorities, ano yung mga dapat na i-accomplish mo in order to go or be able to reach that desired outcome. So dapat magkaroon ka ngayon ng internal assessment of your office. Okay? Hindi lamang yung opisina mo mismo, yung department mo mismo, how it also connects with the LGU as a whole, di ba? Like, paano ba yung pag-assess mo? Do you, say for example, you have an existing machine in the office and you have a project na kailangan mo ng mga machine na yan, similar machines like that, no? Do you need to purchase another machine or kailangan bang dagdagan mo kasi hindi maka-cope up yung machine na yan? Or you have a machine, kailangan mong i-upgrade lang kasi para kumbaga maging maging compatible siya doon sa project na ginagawa mo. Okay? You also need, there are some also cases wherein you also need to inventory the resources in your office. Dapat malaman mo ano na bang resources meron ka. Meron ka na bang machine na ito ng mga human resource, yung mga tao na baka mamaya sobra-sobra na yung tao na nandyan, mag-hire ka na naman ng mga ng mga kumbaga janitors mo, ng mga security guards mo, etc. Kasi pwede mo namang i-purchase yan through agency, no? So, you must go down and get to know kung ano yung talagang meron ang inyong office for you to be able to define ano yung requirement mo. And once you decide to purchase something, kasi requirement mo yun, magpo-purchase ka, then the next step that you will do is to analyze the supply market. Kung magpo-purchase ako, okay, ano ba yung supply market ko? Saan ko ba mabibili ito? Magkano ba ang presyo nito ngayon? Ano ba yung mga capabilities na ino-offer ng mga suppliers ngayon? So that is analyzing the supply market. So when you will be able to do all of this, then yung mga information na na-gather mo will be used for the development of your procurement management plan. Okay? So in short, the supply market analysis will help in managing the risk of identifying and analyzing how favorable the supply market is to buyers compared with suppliers. Yung buyer kayo yun di ba? I-identify mo so that you will be able to identify later on o foresee yung probability ng o ma-manage mo ang risk ng probability of supply market failure. Kasi one cause din yan ng failure of bidding. Okay? Pag failure of bidding, delay ng bidding. Or else, wala ka rin ma-implement na project. So now, karoon ka ng market study, you were able to develop now your PPMP. Okay. So PPMP is a guide. Huh? It is a guide document actually. And the procurement and contract implementation process, as well as a vital reference in procurement monitoring. Okay, so when you have the PPMP, okay, pwede mong gamitin ito in monitoring doon sa level ng end user. Kasi itong PPMP na to, di ba, yun ang isasubmit mo sa BAC for consolidation para masali sa annual procurement plan. So, who will prepare again the PPMP? Ini-emphasize ko parati, hindi po ang BAC, kundi po ang ating mga end user unit o yung mga different offices in the local government unit. When do you prepare it? During the budget preparation. When you are estimating yung mga ABC mo sa mga budget proposals mo. Okay, and when you prepare the PPMP, okay, yung mga end user units or implementing units shall be responsible for the preparation of the necessary documents for the procurement activity, including but shall not be limited to the technical specs, scope of work, and terms of preference. So attachment po itong PPMP na to. Attachment po yung specifications, scope of work, and terms of preference. Hindi lang PPMP na isasubmit mo yan. Dapat may kalakip po yan na mga project proposals, yan, terms of preference, scope of work, etc. Para akong sirang plaka. Pero kasi gusto ko yang i-emphasize dahil base po sa experience ko, hindi po nangyayari yan. No? Kadalasan, I don't know with the other LGUs, no? Sa mga naririnig ko, kulang. Wala pong attachment ang kanilang PPMP. So dapat naka-attach na dyan. Hindi lang projects ang meron na nakalista. Hindi lang siya listings ng mga project. Kung hindi, yung detalye ng mga project ngayon, no? In the form of a technical specifications, scope of work, or terms of preference should accompany the PPMP. Okay. So the PPMP shall include the following. Ano yung contracting arrangement? Ito ba ay contracted out or implemented by administration? Or consignment ba? What is the extent and the size? Okay, ano yung extent ng size niya? Dapat, ang tawag dito, matansya mo, no? Ma-estimate mong mabuti in order to prevent surplus. Pag surplus, sobra. Or deficiency, kulang. So pag deficiency yan, di ba, parang very, very hassle na you have to update uli your PPMP mo and the APP. So dapat careful po tayo. And then yung type ng ating pong procurement, such as is it a procurement of goods, infra, or services? And then ano po yung mga procurement methods? What are the procurement methods? Okay, let us not forget our default mode in procurement, which is public bidding. Yan po ang general mode of procurement sa Pilipinas. And we only resort to alternative methods of procurement only in certain conditions as identified doon po sa IRR sections 48 to 54 if I'm not mistaken. And then yung time schedule dapat appropriate timing and phasing po ng ating mga projects. So kasi ito sinishade lang, dapat yung pag-shade mo, ma-reflect din yan kung talagang kailan kailangan. Kasi, kumbaga, yung pong PPMP, yan po ang magiging guide document ninyo. Kung mali yung na-shade mo, hindi yan magti-trigger ng isang activity. Tinignan mo. Kaya nagiging resulta yan ng late, tawag dito, poor procurement planning kasi late na issue yung procurement request dahil nung tinignan po sa PPMP, mali pala yung pagka-shade o pagkalagay. And of course, it should be consistent with your annual appropriation ordinance, yung figures na nandoon, yung inyong mga estimated budget for its procurement activities. Okay. Estimated in such a way na hindi naman siya fixed talaga na yun kasi binibidding mo nga di ba? Only ceiling po yung mga nandoon na estimated budget po natin or ABC. Okay, this is the sample format of the PPMP, okay, which can be downloaded at https://www.gppb.gov.ph. Just click downloadables at yan lilitaw po yung PPMP sample format, yung updated po, no? Bawat end user should know this format, no? Maintindihan ko yung APP, hindi nila kabisado kasi the back and the back secretariat po ang gumagalaw diyan. But the PPMP, no, lahat ng end user should be familiar with this form, but the PPMP sample format. Okay. And this is an actual example. Actually, ito po ang actual PPMP po ng GPPB-TSO, the Secretariat Division. So yan ang kanilang end user unit, no? The Secretariat Division. Ito yung kanilang PPMP. So PPAs, Program Projects and Activities. Ina-update nila. The PPMP is not cast in stone. It is a living document just like the APP. Meaning, you could update it, visit it, ang tawag dito, balik-balikan mo from time to time, update mo as the need arises. Wag lamang po everyday, ha? Kasi pag everyday na pinapalitan mo, ano ko naman, wrong planning or weekly, wrong planning yan. Okay, so let us go over the different columns of the PPMP. The first column is the code. It could be an internal coding, no? Internal coding, or it could be the code na nandoon po sa inyong AIP, yung AIP code. Para malaman nyo, I prefer the AIP code so that I will be able to know ano ba yung mga projects na nasa AIP ang i-implement ko. Okay? Yung na-capture dun sa budget. So, ma-identify mo na kaagad. So, I prefer that personally. Pero, yung iba, UICS code. Yung iba, yung internal coding system. And then, the general description. What is the general description? Like this one. Venue for year-end meeting. Tokens for the GPPB year-end meeting. Kumbaga, general. That's why there's really a need for you to identify in your attachment. Ano ba yung attachment? Ulitin ko ulit. The terms of reference, the technical specifications, and the scope of work, whichever is applicable, accompanying this PPMP, because what is indicated in your PPMP are only the general description of the project. And then the quantity, the size, what's the size? O dito, in the pack, venue for year-end meeting, 60 packs daw. 60, good for 60. So, meaning, venue, pwede yung ano yan, yung siyempre yung lugar na it could accommodate 60 packs. And the estimated budget for that is about 150,000. Siyempre, paano mo na-estimate? Meron din tayong proper way of estimating it. So ang mode of procurement, sabi niya dito is a lease of real property. And then sinade niya, bandang October daw yung year-end meeting. And then, yung mga tokens din. Tokens for the GPPB year-end meeting. Siyempre, kasabay nun doon sa venue kasi related yung dalawa. So, parehas na October. Ganon din yung book binding, no? Nandyan din. And then yung year-end, year-out na ginagawa nyo o yung regular na ginagawa nyo, pwede nyo siyang i-shade lahat ng months in your milestone. Okay? So ito pong PPMP na to, dito ang magiging basehan. Kailan nyo i-issue yung purchase request? Diba? Kikita ninyo dyan. Kasi yung purchase request should emanate not from the back, but it should emanate from the end user unit. So makikita mo dyan. Ito na. Because base sa PPMP ko, I will start. Unless lang na i-revise mo siya, of course. Okay? Na pag ni-revise mo yung PPMP mo, isubmit mo siya. Kanino? Kay BAC para ma-revise din yung kanyang APP. Okay? So, in identifying the need, okay, medyo nagkaroon ako ng technical glitch. Ayan. Clear ba? Okay, these are the suggested basis for identifying the needs. The core functions of the end user unit in the organization. Ano ba yung core functions mo? Gaya nga ng sabi ko, it should be based on the priorities of the office or the mandate, no? Merong goal, ano ba? Ano ba yun? So yan yung functions. Historical data or foreseen contingencies. Nandyan siya, magpro-provide po kayo. And then also, yung purpose, yung goals, yung major final outputs. I'm sure familiar po kayo dyan kasi nilalagay niyo po yan sa pag-prepare ng budget. And then your strategic plans, your current supply inventory kasi you go over ano ba ang meron tayo, no, para hindi na natin ma-overstate, hindi tayo magkaroon ng surplus na items na nabili because we were able to get the current supply inventory. Naiwasan din natin later ang deficiency because yun nga, ganda ang ating pag-estimate. And other maintenance and operating needs. Those are the suggested basis for identifying your needs. Now, we go to one of the most important factor na para makaiwas din tayo sa failure or delays in public bidding, the ABC. Importante po yan kasi ito po yung kumbaga nag-a-attract sa mga bidders to participate. No? Ay, maganda yung ABC. Tutubo ako dyan. No? At may pag-asa akong manalo kasi I'm sure mas maganda yung offer ko sa mga LGUs. So the ABC reflected in the annual procurement plan and PPMP shall be consistent with the appropriations for the project authorized in the appropriation ordinance. That's why nga, sabi ko nga sa inyo, yung pong budget proposals ninyo, okay, ina-accompany yan ng inyong PPMP. Yung PPMP is with ABC na yan, di ba? So ina-accompany niya para po pag ito'y nag-budget hearing, more or less, okay, yun ang makapture niya. No? Budget hearing na successful o na-include siya doon sa local expenditure program ng ating pong aid, ng ating pong munisipyo na yun ang pina-approve po natin o kumbaga authorize, no, budget authorization sa ating mga sanggunian, at lilitaw na GAA yan, GAA, the Appropriation Ordinance yan. So more or less, yung ABC na nandoon, yan yung talagang pinropose ninyo na budget. Kasi kung nabawasan man yan, mag-a-adjust din kayo. Diba? Hindi lang kayo nag-a-adjust ng price, kundi pati na rin ng specs. It should go hand in hand. Remember, when you revise it, dapat hindi lang yung ABC ang tinignan mo, kundi pati na rin yung specs because they go hand in hand. Hindi pwedeng binabaan mo yun si ABC mo, tapos ang specs mo, hindi mo change. Mataas pa rin. Okay? So it will eventually lead to failure of bidding later on. So if you ever had also some multi-year projects, pwede pong ilagay nyo po, i-consider nyo yun sa ABC because the ABC shall be that incorporated in the project cost reflected in the MICA or its equivalent document sa LGU. Okay? Pero medyo mahirap yan kasi lalo na malapit na usually ang multi-year project 2 years. Pag kayo maglalagay ng multi-year project ngayon, sigurado ba kayo na i-abide pa rin yan ng susunod na set ng ating mga officials? So, medyo ingat po tayo dyan. Okay? Are you still with me? Check natin kung kayo pa po ay nasa ating pong activity, baka mamaya absent na po kayo, no? Wala na po. So, okay, we have a knowledge check. Ma'am Janelle, please.
Yes, ma'am. Our second knowledge check for today, so maybe ask our participants to again select their answer via the Zoom polling feature. So the question is, who must consider the different cost components in determining the ABC? A, TWG, B, Back Secretariat, C, End User, or D, all of the above? I'll repeat the question po. Who must consider the different cost components in determining the ABC? A, TWG, B, Back Secretariat, C, End User, or D, all of the above? Please select your answer po here in our polling feature. To our Facebook Live viewers, you may also select or type in your answer in the comment section. Okay. In the Facebook comment section po, most of their answer is C, End User. Meron din po nag-answer ng D, all of the above. So dito po sa Zoom, ang marami pong sumagot na End User. Tama po ba yun, ma'am?
Yes, tama. It's the end user actually. But I would also say na pwede rin na i-involve po natin si TWG or all of the above. Pero actually, it's the end user. Kasi yung TWG could help also, no? In the crafting of the ABC. Makakatulong din po sila. Pero the answer is end user. Okay. We have the next slide. Okay. Kailan ba tayo nagpre-prepare ng PPMP? Okay, during budget preparation and budget call. Actually, parehas budget preparation, di ba? Sabi ko, dalawa ang ating, might be the instances wherein we have to prepare or revise your PPMP. So the end user will prepare the project procurement management plan during budget preparation, which no, and budget preparation is during the starts in June 16 yung budget call po natin. So budget preparation, nagpre-prepare sila ng mga budget nila to accompany their budget proposals, RD, PPMPs, and those end users or different departments of the LGUs will submit their proposals to the budget office for their budget, for the budget evaluation. Siyempre, nandyan pa rin yung indicative PPMP po nila. Ang budget office po kasi, siya po yung nagko-consolidate ng budget ng ating pong mga ng different offices into one budget proposal of the LGU, which is known as the Local Expenditure Program of the Local Chief Executive, which will be submitted to the Sanggunian for authorization come October 16. So si Budget Office, ini-evaluate yung bawat procurement project na nandoon po sa ating PPMP ng mga end user units natin. Oy, sabi niya, itong mga project na to, ito yung kung na-budget hearing man yan, pasok siya. Karapat dapat itong ipasok natin sa ating local expenditure program dahil pumasa siya sa budget hearing, okay, ng LGU. So, pag pumasa sa budget hearing ng LGU, yung indicative PPMP na isinabmit to accompany their budget proposals may not be revised kasi wala naman, pumasa naman yung mga projects doon sa budget hearing at yun ang ilalagay doon sa local expenditure program. Otherwise, pag hindi naman pumasa o nabawasan, okay? So, yung PPMPs ng mga end user unit will be revised. It should be revised and later on submitted to the budget office para masali din siya sa mga projects o mga PPMPs na isasubmit sa BAC and Secretariat for consolidation of PPMPs to indicative annual procurement plan, again, to accompany the local expenditure program and the recommendation of the BAC of the modalities of the different procurement projects listed in the APP, Annual Procurement Plan. Kasi maaring ganito ang senaryo dyan. Huwag niyo pong i-expect na yung PPMP ninyo na merong modality kung paano nyo i-undergo ang item na nandoon sa PPMP mo. Say for example, ang isang particular project, sasabihin mo, shopping yan. Shopping namin yan i-undergo. So, pumasa sa hearing, nakasama siya sa indicative APP. No? Doon sa indicative APP, habang kinoconsolidate yan, maaring yung shopping magbabago. Okay? Baka mamaya nung consolidation, nakita yan, hindi na siya pwedeng shopping. Dapat bidding na ito. Kasi maraming mga offices din ang may project na ganun. Kaya ito ay bidding na. So, maaring magbago yan. It's not always na kung ano yung nilagay mo sa PPMP, yan din ang lilitaw na procurement method sa inyong annual procurement plan. And then, yung pong indicative APP, isasubmit po yan sa ating local chief executive together with the budget proposal kasi yun na yung local expenditure program niya for submission to the Sanggunian for their authorization. Okay? So how do we determine the ABC? Okay. Importante yan, di ba? Okay, isa yan sa pinakamahirap na trabaho when it comes to planning. Paano ka ba maglagay ng ABC? Okay? Want to sawa ba tayo? Bottoms up ba tayo? Kasi marami tayong pera sa LGU, but that is not always the case, di ba? Hindi yan po ang case. Actually, very meager lang po ang ating pong pondo sa LGU. Especially now na we also have to take into consideration yung ating pong nangyayari ngayon, yung mga devolution po natin, devolution of services kasi implement na po natin yan. Anyway naman, base po doon sa recomputation ng inyong mga NTA, may mga tumaas, may mga bumaba, sorry sa mga bumaba because of the effects of the yung sa Mandanas Garcia ruling, di ba? Na inano ng Supreme Court kaya nagkaroon tayo ng ating recomputation po ng mga ng ating pong mga IRA noon. Ngayon is National Tax Allocation na po, no? So, determination of ABC, the end user again to conduct market study, and the market price, inflation, cost of money related to the procurement timetable must also be considered. And also the different components of the procurement such as ano ba yung direct cost, ano ba yung mga indirect costs related to the procurement should be considered such as yung labor, material, reproduction, yung mga mayroon bang traveling expenses ba dyan na kailangan, or yung mga mag-hire ba tayo ng mga consulting services, etc. should be considered in the determination of your ABC. Okay? So, when you are determining your ABC, it's actually doing a project costing, project costing. Okay, so the project costing is the practice of forecasting the cost of completing a project with a defined scope. Okay, so it's a practice. It is the summation of the individual cost components or individual cost elements using established methods and valid data to estimate the future cost of a project based on what is known today, because we usually ahead, 1 year ahead, no, sa ating pong paggawa ng budget. Like now, no, actually budget authorization na po tayo ngayon sa ating budget cycle, dahil nasa sanggunian na po yung ating pong mga budget, yung ating local expenditure program, dinideliberate na po sa sanggunian. Even in the national government, ngayon po, actually hindi pa pala sa inyo kasi October 16 pa kayo, pero sa amin ongoing na sa NGAs. Pero sa inyo October 16, isa-submit na po. So you are still, kumbaga, in the process of the budget preparation, no? So, pero nakapag-hear na, binubuo na lang yung local expenditure program na isa-submit sa ating po mga local local sanggunian come October 16. And it's a prediction of, ano ba yung sabi ko kanina? Yung ginagawa po ngayon ay para sa 2022 pa. Okay? So, medyo yan yung sinasabing based on what is known today. So, you have to also consider other factors. Sa national government, meron kaming tinatawag na forward estimates. So at least yan, kung 2021 ngayon, so meron kaming costing ng 2022, meron na rin kaming 2024 and 2023 and 2024. Kasi yun na lang ang ina-update po namin. Pero dito sa ating po mga LGUs, yung pong binabudget natin ngayon ay para sa 2022. So prediction of quantities, cost, and or price of resources required by the scope of an asset, investment, option, activity, or project. So that is project costing. So how do you estimate the cost of your project? So we'll have a short overview on cost estimating. Overview lamang po itong sasabihin ko, bird's eye view lang po. Kasi po meron po tayo talagang module dito na ino-offer din o na meron din po ang ating GPPB. So medyo higher na po ito kung gusto nyo ng medyo module na medyo nag-ano po kayo sa project specifications sa technical writing, meron pong separate na module dito. So cost estimate is actually determined using experience and calculating and forecasting the future cost of resources, methods, and management within a scheduled time frame. Okay? So it is critical in deciding whether or not to take on a project, in determining kung ano po yung scope ng project, yung timeline ng project, as well as this is being done to ensure that projects remain financially feasible and avoid cost overruns. Okay, ina-avoid din ang cost overruns. And when are cost estimates being prepared? Alam nyo na po yan kung saan. And that is during the first quadrant when you are doing your cost-benefit analysis, feasibility study, market study, as well as in the yung mga market sounding po natin, market sounding. Para po yung mga findings natin doon will be included in your annual PPMP, annual procurement plan. Sasabihin ko sana, in your project procurement management plan. Okay. So, the cost estimates are being prepared as early as the budget preparation through the issuance of a budget call. So, yung mga cost estimates mo nandyan na. Because nag-identify po tayo ng mga projects during the first semester. So, come budget call, dapat meron, more or less, meron na tayo na mga identified na mga projects base dun sa mga pag-aaral na ginawa po natin. So as early as the budget preparation through the issuance of budget call, the government agencies or the LGUs are required to prepare the cost estimates for its procurement projects for the preceding year. So yung costing po na nandun, yun po yung cost na ilalagay nyo sa inyong budget proposal. Diba? So, again, the PPMPs of various divisions, units, and divisions are required to support the budget proposal of the government agencies. So, required po yan. Meron po tayong LBM, no? Diyan, ng local budget memorandum, sinasabi niya na, oy, ito, dapat meron kayong APP para po masuportahan ang mga budget proposal po natin. What are the tools in project costing and the determination of ABC? Okay? I'll give you an overview. Meron po tayong 4 na sikat na tools in procurement or in project costing and determination of ABC. Anong tawag dito? May mga other tools pa, pero ito yung mga popular, kumbaga. First, we have the analogous estimating, which is also called top-down estimating o yung tinatawag na historical costing. This draws from a purpose-built archive of historical project data, often specific to an organization. And this can be quite accurate, especially kung anong tawag dito, similar po yung project na gagawin nyo ngayon. It is used to form estimates for similar projects, and if experts can precisely assess the factors affecting the cost. So very simple lang po itong analogous estimating or historical costing. Paano po yan? Say for example, a few months ago, no, nagkaroon po kayo ng isang project. Ginastusan nyo ng 350,000 na i-propose nyo na naman for next year. Okay, so you could use your tawag dito, data doon, yung cost ng project, actual cost ng project na yon na binili nyo the last time, para po sa ABC ng inyong project for next year. So, pwedeng dagdagan nyo lang ng konti yan to include the inflationary factor. Pero usually, kung ano yung price noon, yun na po yung nakalagay doon sa inyong ABC using the analogous estimating. Okay? And then we have the next, which is called breakdown or bottom-up analytical estimating. So what is this? No? This provides the most accurate, sabi niya pinaka-accurate daw ito na estimating technique, especially kung meron siyang complete na the breakdown schedule. So yung tinatawag na breakdown dyan, meaning to say, yung isang project is broken down into work structure. Kumbaga, tinitignan mo ang bawat component po ng isang project. Kaya nga bottoms up. It is the most versatile estimating technique, and you could use it for variety of projects, no? Pero time consuming kasi siya detalyado nga detalyado. So, ano bang ibig sabihin ng mga work breakdown? Yung work breakdown, ito po yung deliverables, no? Deliverable oriented hierarchical the composition of works to be executed by the project team to accomplish the project objectives. So, inisa-isa po yan. So, ano pong magandang project yan? Say for example, gusto mong i-update yung IT system ng inyong local, ng inyong office, doon sa buong opisina ng City Hall or Municipal Hall. I-update nyo yung IT niya. So, you go down into each offices, no? At tignan mo kung anong merong resources sila para ma-identify mong mabuti kung ano yung mga kailangan mo for you to be able to come up with an upgraded IT system using this bottom-up or analytical estimating. So it's not only looking at the equipment, such as are there enough IT equipment to implement this project, or if there are enough IT equipment, are this equipment updated to suit or is it compatible? Are they compatible with the proposed upgrading of the IT system? Do we have enough IT people, information technology people, to man those different computers or IT equipment para po working smoothly itong upgrading po natin? Okay? So, it's not only the hardware, is not only the people, the software na kailangan mo, as well as other maintenance costs. Yan po yung tinatawag na bottom-up analytical estimating. So we have another one, itong parametric estimating. Muntik ko nang sinabing paramedics. It's parametric estimating. This is a method of estimating the cost of a project or part of a project based on one or more project-based cost factor. So dapat merong kang standard na cost such as say for example, ang maganda dyan is sa construction. Sa construction, usually we have, if you are going to construct a building, what is the standard cost per square meter? So, meron kang base. Yan ang base mo. Standard cost of construction per square meter. So, all you have to do when you are doing that is to compute the basic baseline by multiplying the standard cost of the project per square meters multiplied by the floor plan. Okay? So you come up with the baseline. Ngayon, paano mo naman i-consider yung other factors? Say for example, sa other factors, medyo dadagdagan mo ng konting tawag dito yung risk factor. no? Yung mga risk factor dyan. O tingnan mo kung medyo i-upgrade mo ng konti yung building na gagawin mo. So, idadagdag mo na lang dito sa parametric estimating. Kung mag-include ka, say, for example, ng landscaping, idadagdag mo rin dito sa parametric estimating. So, historical data is commonly used to define the parameters related to the cost of a typical, sabi niya, project. Dito sa aking description is a typical transportation facility construction such as cost per lane mile, cost per interchange, cost per square foot or square meter. So percentages can also be used to estimate the cost of project based on the historical cost information. So parametric methods are often used in early estimating such as planning and scoping estimates. So in here, your unit cost must be accurate para po maging effective itong method na ito. Okay. We have another one, life cycle costing. Kung maaga po kayong pumasok dito po sa ating paklase, kung maaga kayong nag-online, naipakita po ito sa ating video, yung life cycle costing. So, ang life cycle costing is also called cradle to grave costing. So, ibig sabihin, from acquisition cost up to the disposal cost, wherein you have to consider each component. So a life cycle costing estimates, LCC estimates, provides structured accounting of resources and associated cost elements required to develop, to produce, to deploy and sustain a particular program. Okay. So the LCC process can be very simple, such as a table of expected annual cost, or it could also be very complex, so that it allows for the creation of different scenarios based on assumption and future cost. So nandito na yung, if I buy this, what if ito ay nasira? So you have to consider, if I buy this, okay, what if walang mga tao na mamad pala nito o mag-ooperate itong machine na ito if I buy this? Yun yung mga different scenarios. If I buy this, what if wala itong lugar kung saan ko to i-house kasi napakalaki itong item na bibilhin natin. So those are the scenarios that you have to consider. So a life cycle analysis involves the analysis of the cost of a system or a component over its entire lifespan. So ibig sabihin, kaya nga ng unang nabanggit ko, it is life cycle costing is also called cradle to grave costing, from its acquisition up to its disposal. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the different tools which I have just discussed with you? How can you apply this? Okay, so the first method is the analogous method of project estimating. So ang strength is it requires little data because it is just based on historical cost, and it actually actual data po na nangyari yan, hindi lamang po ito hinulaan. It is reasonably quick at may good audit trail kasi nga nasa records po natin. Weaknesses niya is subjective adjustment kasi syempre paano na lang, no? Kung medyo hindi na similar yung item na bibilin mo, medyo na-upgrade ng konti. So magdadagdag ka ng tawag dito, parang complexity cost. Idagdag mo dun sa historical cost, which is a very subjective adjustment. Accuracy depends on the similarity of items, difficult to assess, effect on the design change. Pag tinweak ng konti yung project, paano na? And it is blind to cost drivers. No? So, when to apply this? When little data is available, okay. Pag ikaw ay nagra-rough estimate lang, paspasan, rough estimate, more or less, ito ang gagastusin natin, pak, yun ang nilagay mo. So, yan, mabilisan kasi. And when you need to cross-check, pag cross-check, because there's already an audit trail, mako-cross-check mo siya. So, what about the next? Yung bottom-up estimating. So, this is also a very good tool. Actually, ito yung, kumbaga, most accurate among the tools that I have mentioned. Pero, tingnan natin na may life cycle. No? So, bottom-up is easily audited. Okay, kasi it's broken down into different work components or structures and sensitive to labor rates. It also tracks down vendor codes because detailed at saka time-honored na po ito dahil yun nga, most accurate ito. No? And it requires yung weakness niya dahil po kasi siya detalyado, syempre, medyo slow, medyo mahirap gawin, time-consuming yan, medyo cumbersome yan. Yan ang mga weaknesses niyan. But this is when you are negotiating, this is very nice kasi sa negotiation, di ba, we want to get the best quality for the best price. So medyo pag nakikinegotiate ka, dapat nagbo-bottom up approach ka. And then this is also good for production estimating as well in software development. So bottom up po tayo. Ang parametric naman, okay, ang parametric, ayan, reasonably quick kasi meron na tayong standard costing. It encourages discipline because there is a standard. That's why we stick to the standard. May discipline tayo dyan. May audit trail din. Kasi standard nga. And objective, little bias, cost driver visibility, at it incorporates real-world effects such as yung risk factor, the technicality or complexity of the project, as well as kung merong funding, mag-adjust tayo. Depende po yun sa funding. Basta kasi meron na tayong baseline. It's up for us to adjust it. So, yun yung parametric. But, the weakness here is it lacks detail kasi, kumbaga, ito sa isang lugar na to is kanyang project, ang pag-cost ng kanyang project is ganito, 30,000 per square meter. So 30,000, ang gagawin namin is 1,000 square meters. So malalaman mo na dyan yung initial cost or baseline cost ng project. Okay, it lacks detail. Model investment. Kasi you have to have a model dito na pagbabasihan mo ng project cost mo. And cultural barriers as well as we need to understand the model's behavior. Okay. So budgetary estimates, yan po yung application nito. Design to cost trade studies, cross-checking, baseline estimates, cost goal allocations. Those are the projects wherein magandang i-apply itong parametric costing. Ito po yung elements po ng life cycle costing. I-discuss natin medyo in detail itong life cycle costing. As I've said, life cycle costing is also called cradle to grave costing. So, from the time na in-acquire mo yung project, which you consider the acquisition cost, you also have to consider the maintenance cost of acquiring that item, such as yung maintenance cost, yung mga repair niya, yung mga if ever na ma-repair yan, magkano, yung kung medyo nasira, yung 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 ating pong machine na yan, equipment na yan, madali bang hanapin, yung spare parts niyan, yung bang tao na mag-handle niyan, meron ba tayong sapat na resources dyan? Do we have the people to man it, etc. At pag nasira yan, how much do we need para ma-dispose yan? So, ibig sabihin, the acquisition cost is only the tip of the iceberg. Tip lang po yun. Because underneath it, you have to consider so many things. Di ba? So, bago mo ilagay ang isang project na sa iyong APP, when you want to be detailed, very detailed on it, you had to consider life cycle costing. Yan ang gamitin mo. Okay. Especially so kung yung project na gagawin mo is medyo may kalakihan, mahirap i-dispose. So isipin mo rin yan. O kaya pag natapos na yung project at nandyan pa, saan mo ba ilalagay yung ano na yan, yung laki ng ano na yan. Kasi space consuming pala siya. Malaki kasi yung mga item na binili natin. So you have to consider. Again, in life cycle costing, it's not only the acquisition cost, but also the maintenance cost, the operating cost, as well as the disposal cost once that project has reached its useful life. Okay, so much for project costing. We now go to the technical specifications, which is quite important also because technical specifications is the heart. It is the heart of the procurement transaction. Para naman ma-exercise yung aking kamay. Kayo mag-exercise din yung mga kamay ninyo. Now, and the technical specifications actually states the need to be satisfied. It defines what it wishes to buy. It defines expectations and establishes the standard that directly affects the quality and performance of the project that we are going to procure. So in technical specifications, which is a general term, but actually when you say technical specification, it is only referring to procurement of goods. Ang equivalent niya sa procurement of civil work is the scope of work. At in consulting services, it is the terms of reference. So let us be careful of that. Now, baka procurement of consulting services, ang nilalagay po natin doon is technical specs, but it should be termed as terms of reference. And we have a process in developing our specification. First again, yung needs analysis, wherein you identify the procuring entity's need through analyzing their needs vis-a-vis their functions, their performance, their mandates. Okay. And also, in needs analysis, you have also to establish now what are the characteristics, the scope of the product, the project that we are going to undertake. So the second stage now of the process is the information gathering, wherein you will collate all the information from various sources based on the identified needs, and then drafting now your technical specification when you are able to gather the information at saka po mai-translate nyo yan into one technical specs or into one scope of work or terms of reference. And we have several sources of this information na kung saan kayo makakakuha. Okay. Kasi syempre, di naman po tayo marunong, alam natin lahat. You have to research nga eh. Kaya nga market sounding and market research po yan. So we could have these as sources. yung previous records of procurement activities. Pero syempre, ang procurement activities na pipiliin mo, ay yun lamang pong successful. Wag po tayong magbe-base ng ating pong data, kukuha ng data sa unsuccessful na procurement activities. And then we could also request information from our suppliers, yung mga established suppliers and manufacturers. But be careful na anong tawag dito, baka mamaya maging restrictive po tayo sa ating pong mga specifications dahil sinorse po natin yan sa mga existing or established suppliers. So careful of that because we might defeat the very purpose of our government procurement, which is having yung competition, no? And then we also have a source is yung mga specifications issued by relevant government agencies. So ano ba mga relevant government agencies na to? Say for example, sa infra or civil works, we have the DPWH as our main source of information for the specifications. Actually, kahit man sa JAA ng gobyerno, naka-refer po yun si DPWH sa mga specifications for civil works. And then, sa mga goods naman, we have the Department of Trade and Industry sa specifications po ng mga goods. And for the technical or for the common use supplies and equipment, pwede rin yung mga technical specs na galing din po sa TSDBM. And then we could also consult our other entities for that issue technical standards locally or internally. So consultation with them so that we will know the mga standards, no? Like the ISO standards. So ano na ba ang standard ngayon sa magandang standard ngayon sa mga IT equipment. So we could consult them. And then yung mga professional and technical associations, yung mga research centers and universities, very good source po yung mga state universities po natin. Like when you are procuring for agro products, ano po ba yung magandang binhi na ilalagay po natin sa ating mga project para magkaroon ng magandang mga pudla itong ating mga farmers. Ano ba ang magandang anong tawag dito? Kung kunyari bibili kayo ng mga machineries, ano ba ang magandang gagamitin nila dito na ma-implement natin yung programa natin sa ating pong mga LGUs. And then we could also use the technical journals or magazines published. Pwede rin po nating maging source yan. And of course, alam naman po natin ito, pati po mga apo o mga babies o mga 3 years old pa lang marunong nang pumindot at tumingin sa internet. So, the internet or the online resources, pwede nating maging source yan. Pwede tayong kumuha ng mga online catalogs. But again, at ang ating pong caution dyan, medyo dahan-dahan lang. Baka po makopya natin ang technical specs sa mga catalog na yan and it will result to a restrictive specification from a brand or a single source, thereby again defeating competition. So yan po ang magiging sources of mga sources of specifications po natin. The characteristics of a good specifications are the following. So pag kayo po ay nagka-craft naman yung technical specs ninyo, scope of work, as well as your terms of preference, it should be clear. Okay, why am I discussing these characteristics? Because by definition, yung pong specification is setting a limit. And thereby, kasi may limit tayo, thereby, we are eliminating or potentially eliminating items that are outside of the boundaries na sinet mo. Kasi may limit ka, may boundaries kang dinrown eh. So you are eliminating actually yung mga mga factors outside of these boundaries. However, ito po ang dapat nating pakatandaan when we are doing our specifications, crafting them. A specification should be written to encourage, not discourage competition. Encourage, not to discourage competition, consistent with seeking the overall economy for the purpose intended. That is why, no, we craft our specification, no, in such a way na it is also, kumbaga, compatible with the project costing. Kasi it goes hand in hand. No? So a good specification should have the following characteristics. It should be understandable, written in a layman's term, avoiding yung mga jargons kasi baka hindi po maintindihan. It should be concise. It should be specific and detailed as possible in stating the mandatory requirements. Bakit? Yung mandatory. Kasi baka mamaya, ma-overstate natin yung ating needs. Let's say, for example, ito naman talaga ang kailangan natin, pero nagdagdag pa po tayo ng iba na sa, kumbaga sa kung talagang titignan mo, ay palamuti lang o hindi naman talaga masyadong kailangan. So anything na in-add mo doon sa needs mo is an added, anong tawag dito? Added cost to the project, which you may not be able to afford because you have a very limited resources, financial resources. So we should be concise, we will be specific and detailed in stating the mandatory requirements, but it should be updated also where technology is taken into account. It should be consistent. The specification should not be in conflict with your objectives, vision, or goals of the agency. Baka yung pag-craft mo ng specifications ay hindi na tumutumbok doon sa pangangailangan talaga ng agency mo o yung core functions ng agency mo. Okay? Tutumbukin mo yun parate. And then, it should be competitive. This is important. Your specification should be written in such a way that it will allow a competitive bid. Hence, there should be what? No reference to brand name. So, ini-emphasize ko yan, no reference to brand name, because when you are referring to a particular brand in your specification, na kahit na tinanggal mo yung brand name dyan, it will defeat competition. So dapat no reference to brand name. And it should be complete. Yung specifications mo should be complete, meaning it should fit the actual requirements of the end user. Okay? So we have several types of specifications: functional, performance, and design. When do you use this? Okay? We use functional specification when we are referring to standards, or when we buy projects based on product or service intended capabilities, appearance, or interaction with users. I repeat, functional specification. When we're doing this, we are clearly, describing, no, the standards of a standards that a product or service is required to meet, no, it is required to meet in a tendering process without restricting the freedom of the suppliers to come up with innovative ideas. Kumbaga, dapat itong product na ito nakakasulat. Okay. Yan ang magagawa ng product na yan. Okay. Nakakasulat siya. It can write. It can function. So we are referring to a project na ganyan. No? And when we also performance specification, this is interchangeable with functional specifications. Kasi yung functional, ano ba ang nagagawa ng product na to? Nakakasulat. And when you refer to performance, ito naman yung characteristics and capabilities na nagpe-pertain tayo sa isang product for its intended use. Like say for example, ang bibili natin dapat nakakasulat, that is functional. Ano yung performance niya? Dapat itong product na to nakakasulat ng 1.5 kilometers, no, on a smooth paper. Hindi siya sa whiteboard, kundi sa paper. Okay, so that is a performance, no, description or performance specification. Nakaka-function. Kung ang hinahanap mo lang ay nakakasulat, yun ang inilagay mo, very basic, functional. Ano yung mga nakakasulat? So maaring magre-refer ka na ngayon saan? Magre-refer ka na ngayon sa isang writing material. Pwedeng chalk, nakakasulat, functional. Pwede rin na ballpen, nakakasulat yan. Or whiteboard marker or pentel pen, nakakasulat, functions yan. Pero ang performance niya, ano yon? I-describe niya. Nakakasulat siya, 1.5 kilometers saan? Sa ganitong lugar, no? Pa-smooth paper na walang blot, no? Na smooth siya, okay? So yan ang functional performance. So both the functional and performance specifications, which I said can be used interchangeably, is geared to an approach that is less interested in dimensions and yung mga design and materials, and it is more geared towards the what a product can do. It is more geared towards the knowing of what a product can do. So when you are using performance and functional specification, you craft these specifications to explain in detail kung ano yung resulta na gusto mo mangyari. The results required, the testing methods para malaman mo kung it really works, and characteristics that the goods or services must perform. So those are your functional and performance specifications. Now, what about yung design? Okay. Ang design is usually used sa mga construction. Di ba? Sa civil works, yan, design po ang ginagamit. Because design specification customarily employ dimensional and other physical requirements of the items being purchased. So again, pag construction of buildings, construction of roads, bridges, design specifications po ang ginagamit po natin. And we are, if we are crafting the design specification, dapat po complete yung specifications natin with all the necessary drawings, dimensions, terms, and definitions of non-standard terms, at even yung materials na gagamitin must be described fully, no? To include thickness. Kaya nga sa nakikita ko, kasi my husband is an engineer, pag gumagawa po siya ng design, even po yung yung bakal na gagamitin, naka-specify kung gaano kakapal, gaano kahaba, gaano tawag dito, anong kulay, ano yung size, yun. Dinidescribe niya po without referring to brand name. So that is a design specification which is being used po sa mga construction. Okay? Ang preferred po na mga specifications for goods is usually the performance or functional specifications. So yan po pag ito ay procurement of goods. So in describing the specifications for goods, the procuring entity must take care not to overstate yung needs. Okay? Kaya yung needs mo dapat hindi ma-overstate because kung naglagay na tayo doon ng mga components na hindi naman po necessary, kakaroon po tayo ng wastage of public funds. And it may also limit competition, which again may lead to higher cost, lalo na pag ang inago-offer lang yan is yung isa lang na manufacturer resulting to a monopoly of the project. Kasi po, yung pag-corrupt po natin dito, medyo naging exclusive na po. So careful tayo po na maglagay ng ating specs. We should not overstate our needs because overstating the needs will also entail additional cost of the project, which masisita po tayo ng ating pong mga mahal na mga auditors, because the COA is looking into those purchases which are luxurious, extravagant, excessive, and unnecessary. So yun po ang dapat natin na tignan. So how about when you are crafting for your specifications for your services? So ito po yung mga tips po natin sa services like procurement of janitorial or the security services. Okay? So detailed description of the services to be provided. Yan. Kung ano yung paggagawa natin. Okay? Anong oras nila dapat na gawin? How long will it take them to do that? And where is the place of the service provision? So specific po tayo doon pag tayo sumusulat. What is the required time for provision? So dapat meron, pag let's say for example, catering services, nag-framework agreement po tayo sa sa ating pong catering services. So meron na po tayong na-identify na supplier na undergo tayo sa framework agreement. Pag tumawag tayo, dapat naka-specify. Pag tumawag kami na kailangan namin ang ganitong item o ganito, dapat ang iserve nyo, kailangan namin kasi may meeting. Ano yung response time ninyo? Kaagad-agad ba o will it take us about 1 week to give the order para ma-prepare ninyo? So it should be specific. Detailed procedures and responsibilities for construct supervision. Nakadetalye. Paano pa ang paggawa nito? Ano bang quality ng standard ng gusto mo na mangyari? Ano bang mga responsibilities for contract supervision, as well as inclusion in the specification for services yung key performance indicators for acceptance of performed service. Okay? Sa amin, yung aming pong janitorial, ganito po, just to give you an example, so meron na po kami kung anong oras, sino maglilinis, anong dapat oras ng paglilinis, etc. Like sa restroom po namin, merong merong nakapin doon na kumbaga na parang chart nila, tinitignan kung anong oras anong oras nila ginalaw yun, nilinisan, sino ang gumalaw o sinong gumawa, etc. At meron ding nagka-counter check para po maano po natin yung kalinisan, standard na kalinisan na kailangan natin. Especially now na meron po tayong COVID pandemic, and we should be really observing the health protocols na malinis dapat po ang ating pong mga place of work. Okay? What about the standard or the scope of work for infrastructure projects? So this is much more detailed. And usually po, ang ginagamit po dito is yung design specifications. For the technical characteristics of the works procured, the specifications will need to include the aspects like specifications for all the materials na gagamitin. So nandyan na yun, sabi ko nga, detalyado. Thickness, the size, the color, the ano yung dimensions niya, okay? And also, it should also include reference to ISO standards or equivalent national standards, yung sample and testing requirements. Importante na nandun po yung drawing and the required standard for workmanship by reference to national standards and any specific or special requirements for the machinery to be used in executing the works or ambient conditions. Like, kailan ba yung bang, anong tawag dito, kailan ba, ano ba yung gagamitin natin? Yung ordinary mixer ba o yung malaking mixer na? O kailangan ba natin yung ordinary na jack o yung anong malaking equipment na tawag dito na halos lumilindol na pag ginagawa. So, yun ang nandun sa scope of work mo. And also include yung pong soil conditions of the site, okay? Para po, kumbaga, alam nila kung anong gagawin nila. Okay, may boring test. Defining the available site facilities and distribution of responsibilities between bidder, other contractors, and the PE for the site management. That should also be very specific in your scope of work in the terms of installation, commissioning, and handover before the work is considered complete. And also yung requirements po natin for environmental management system certification. Okay, so those are the scope of work for your civil works or infrastructure projects. Now, what about the terms of reference for your consulting services? So pag kayo po ay gumagawa ng TOR, dapat may background. Okay, so background, hindi lamang po kinopya lang yan sa isang tawag dito sa internet o ito ang background, no. Detail dapat na talagang tumutumbok doon sa inyong office o yung pangangailangan nyo. As well as the objective, the scope of work, what are the trainings that is to be required o na kailangan na ibigay nitong consultant na ma-hire, as well as the time schedule and reporting kung kailan, and the services and facilities that should be provided by employer. At ano rin kung minsan ililalagay din, ano ba yung mga part nito, kasi kung minsan merong mga equipment na kailangan dyan, kung ito ay dadalhin ng consultant o iiwan na po dyan sa inyong mga offices. So those are the terms of reference, aspect of the terms of reference that you are going to prepare for your consulting services. So we have more tips in writing your specifications. Okay? We should be specific and detailed as possible in stating our requirements. State your requirement of fact only one time. Avoid duplications. Okay, syempre, yung mga redundant na words. Explain the intent and purpose of every item. We must be as flexible as possible without compromising the objective. Syempre, flexible ka pero dapat hindi nako-compromise kung ano yung objective ng procurement mo. Specify what you need, not how to get what you need, and look to increase competition, not to reduce it. Okay? So, yan po yung ating specification writing. Are you still with me, people? No? I hope you are still alive and kicking as we go into another knowledge check. Okay? So, knowledge check po tayo. Come in, Ma'am Janelle.
Ma'am, for our next knowledge check, may we ask our participants again to select their answer via the Zoom polling feature. May we ask the technical team to please flash the question. Reminder po to those participants who haven't wait. Sige, read muna po natin yung question. Who must consider the different cost components in determining ABC? ATWG? Ito po ata yung question kanina. May we ask the technical team to please flash the question number 3. I will just read the question po for question number 3. So technical specifications must be prepared after posting or advertisement. If specifications are not properly prepared, it will be almost impossible to complete the bidding process and award the contract. So is it true or false? Again, technical specifications must be prepared after posting or advertisement. If specifications are not properly prepared, it will be almost impossible to complete the bidding process and award the contract. So is it true or false? So some of our participants have answered true. Some of them have also answered false.
Okay.
So ma'am, what is the answer po?
How many percent yung false and how many percent yung true? Or may trolls ba? Para mag-gauge natin, malaman natin, tulog ba sila? Are they still alive? Enthusiastic? Kicking? Okay. How many? Marami ba?
Marami
Because-
pong nag-answer ng false, pero meron pa rin ma'am nag-answer ng true din. Pero
Okay.
karamihan po ay false.
Oh, so glad to hear that. No, I'm relieved. No, technical specifications must be prepared after posting an advertisement. If specifications are not properly prepared, sabi niya, it will be almost impossible to complete the bidding process, which is an award the contract. So, after posting ba or after advertisement? Hindi, di ba? It is false. It should be when? Sa procurement planning pa lang, meron na po kayo, di ba? Kasama na po yan among those na gagawin mo na nung ikaw ay nasa first quadrant, that is the assessment of your projects or the crafting of your, identifying your projects, nandun na dapat yung technical specs mo. So, it is false. False po yun. No? Okay? So I hope naliwanagan po kayo. It's sa mga nag-answer na mga true. Dapat po doon pa lang po sa pag-identify po ng ating mga projects as well as in the assessment, meron na po tayong mga technical specifications. Okay? We go into the next topic. Thank you, Ma'am Janelle. We go into the next topic and that is, ito, green specifications, no? Green procurement na tinatawag. And this is under GPPB Resolution number 25-2017. Pinlash po ito kanina. No? What is this GPPB resolution number 25-2017? This approves the Philippine Green Public Procurement Roadmap, establishing sets of common use supplies and non-common use supplies with green specifications. So merong assessment matrix na ginigrade ninyo, kumbaga on a scale of 1 to 5, no? So pag meron isang project o kaya isang tawag dito when you are kumbaga preparing yung specs, consider yung market readiness, okay? Bakit ito? Okay. I-consider yung market readiness. Are they available in the market? Okay. Kasi pag hindi available yan sa market, what's the use of putting it in your APP or PPMP? And then what is the environmental impact? Okay? Ano ba yan? Bad ba yan sa ozone layer po natin? 'Di ba? Okay. Knowing your yung limited resources po natin, yung cost implications din. No, pag biniliban natin, what are the cost implications? Laki ba ang gastos? Okay? O kaya ba natin? Even no kaya ba natin, ano ba yung after effects niyan pag binili natin yan? What's the cost of maintaining it? Parang life cycle costing. Yung practicability also. We do not buy what we don't really need. So you must be careful on specifying also yung natin, yung needs talaga. And support to government environmental objectives, no? Ano ba ang objective yan? Yung maprotektahan natin itong ating pong environment, yung climate change din po, yung pong mga pollution, irritants ba yan? Okay, as well as support to the local economy, no? Especially kasi tawag dito, we must, lalo na ngayon, na meron dyan, in fact, actually, isa yan sa naging topic po sa Senado, no? Na sabi, ngayong pandemic, ano ba, dapat tinutulungan natin yung ating mga farmers, yung ating mga ano tawag dito, fisher folks, etc. Because nahihirapan sila, wala silang income, etc., etc. So, yan, very important yung assessment matrix na yan to support the local economy. And the first set of prioritized CSEs, meron ng tayo dyan, meron ng specs dyan. If you are search the website po sa gppb.gov.ph, no, kita mo yung mga technical green specifications nitong multi-copy paper, toilet paper, record book, ayan mga ano na yan, mga stationary materials na yan. Kumbaga, to summarize it, parang recyclable siya, hindi maraming chemical yung mga ginagamit nila, no? Even the others, no? Hindi poisonous, hindi toxic sa environment, sa mga tao, no? It supports the anong tawag dito? The environmental objectives ng ating pong gobyerno. So multi-copy paper, toilet paper, record book, cleaners, yung mga chairs natin, disinfectant sprays, no? Itong disinfectant spray na yan, bad na bad po yan sa akin, no? So pag bumibili po ako ng disinfectant spray, I see to it na hindi po ako nababahin. Kasi pag nabahin na ako, it will trigger na yung allergies ko. The trash bag, the liquid hand soap, yung mga detergent powder, dapat hindi siya mabulang-babula kasi maraming tubig ang kailangan po natin dyan, which is bad for the environment din, no? LED lights, alam natin yung kagandahan ng effect ng LED lights, yung computer and laptop monitors, air conditioners, vehicles, yung emission po ng smoke, no? Kaya may Euro standards po tayo, yung fridges and freezers, copiers, what else? pati food and catering. Usually kasi sa food and catering, dapat hindi na po sila yung gumagamit ng ng styrofoam, di ba? Tingnan mo yung sa basis study, yung styrofoam, matagal pala yan na ang tawag dito na ma-decay. Kaya bad really for the environment. Yung mga training facilities natin, hotels, venues, or yung urinals. Paano ba? Example dyan, kunyari yung urinals natin, yung madaling linisin, at saka at the same time na pag ginamit mo, nag-flush ka, sa konting tubig lang, lubog na kaagad. No? So, when you are into green specifications, napakaganda po yan. At kung ang mga bibilhin nyo ay included in those items na mention ko po, available po yun, mga specifications, mga green specifications po nila. So I encourage you to practice green specifications. Na? Okay? So we must, again, yung GPPB Resolution 25-2017 would be your reference for that. Okay, so purchase request. Anong gagawin mo pag nakatanggap ka ng purchase request na wala sa PPMP? Okay? First kasi na dapat na i-consider mo is, in no way that the end user unit submit their PR ahead of the approved PPMP item. So, pag wala sa PPMP, wala rin siya doon sa annual procurement plan. Wala rin siya sa annual procurement plan, di ba? At it's a no-no to that na you should not buy items which is not in your annual procurement plan. Okay? Excuse me for a minute. 1 minute lang, 1 minute. Okay, sorry for that, no? Okay. So, where am I? Sa purchase request. What will you do kung wala siya sa APP? Would you outrightly reject it? Kasi sasabihin mo, that is a violation of section 7.1. There should be no procurement unless it is in accordance with your annual procurement plan. Okay? So tignan mo muna, is it a purchase requiring is it an unforeseen contingency? Kasi kung wala sa APP or sa mo, it is an unforeseen contingency requiring immediate purchase. So, pag nagmamadali, okay, nagmamadali yan, i-update mo later yung inyong APP. But usually ngayon, na-discuss yan siguro kahapon, di ba? Na during emergency now, especially when it involves a big amount of money, kasi emergency nga siya, usually yung inyong APP ay ina-update kaagad. So, kaya nga may mga na tayo, measures natin na kahit wala po yung mga back, okay? At saka pag emergency, pag-purchase ng emergencies, dinidelegate. Pero syempre yung pag-approve ng APP should be recommended kaagad ng back para po ma-approve ng inyong head of the procuring entity, because pag emergency, that will now form part of yung di ba inalis na yung certificate of emergency purchase. So yung pinaka-certification na lang dyan is yung pong APP na approve. And of course, yung pong certificate ng availability of funds. Pag ikaw kasi kung wala ka naman pambili, what's the use of buying it sa emergency? So those are ways na I think kung hindi na-discuss kahapon, it will be discussed later. But again, the very basic thing that I'm emphasizing to you now is in no way that the end user unit submit their PR ahead of the approved PPMP for that particular item. Okay, so we now go to the APP. Okay, the annual procurement plan The annual procurement plan actually is the entirety na. Kumbaga, yung PPMP mo which has emanated from the different departments or end users of the procuring entity should be consolidated into an annual procurement plan. So your annual procurement plan now is the entirety of the procurement activities that will be undertaken within the calendar year in the prescribed format issued by the Government Procurement Policy Board. So this is again, this format again is can be downloaded from the gppb.gov.ph, yung website po ng GPPB. And this shall be consolidated by the BAC Secretariat for the PPMPs of the end user units. The BAC shall take into consideration that the APP is a one-year planning perspective. It should also include emergency or contingency plans for those emergencies based on for those contingencies based on historical emergencies and schedule of activities. So again, yung mga nandyan sa inyong APP should have undergone meticulous and judicious planning. Hindi lamang po yan lagay ng lagay sa APP, kasi dapat yung pinanggalingan niya, yung source document, this is the PPMP, should have undergone meticulous and judicious planning through the conduct of the different research using the different procurement or the estimations techniques and the tawag dito specifications that we have just discussed, no? Pero as I've said, kung gusto niyo na mas detalye dun sa mga na-discuss ko, may modules naman po dyan ang GPPB. Okay, that could really help you. So in the consolidation of the PPMP, the Bids and Awards Committee may adopt a strategy through where similar items of procurement are packaged into one procurement undertaking. Kaya nga, sabi ko nga kanina, kung ang ini-expect ninyo, ginawa nyo sa PPMP nyo, shopping, ang isang procurement undertaking sa inyo, pag ito ay na-consolidate na into the APP, nasama na siya, it could be included in the package for the similar items na baka mamaya mag-change na ng procurement modality. So a review and updating of the individual PPMPs and the APP shall be done regularly, as well as regularly at least once every 6 months or as often as necessary. So who will do the review and updating of the APP? It is the BAC Secretariat and the BAC eventually. In the PPMPs, hindi po na trabaho ng BAC and BAC Secretariat, kundi po ang mga end user units po natin. Okay? So this is just a very short, anong tawag dito, depiction of the preparation of the APP. So it should emanate from the different, end user units. In this example, it is Division A, Division B, and Division C. Okay. Para pong sa DBM yan. Kasi sa DBM, hindi mo tinatawag na operations division or tawag dito, parang sa mga other pa na iba-iba, iba-ibang division yan. Sa amin, simply lang, ABC lang. So yung mga technical divisions are labeled as Division ABC. So the different PPMPs are consolidated by the BAC Secretariat and the checking of procurement methods, initial, and then to be submitted to the BAC, yung APP pag na-consolidate na, and the BAC again to check the procurement modalities or the procurement methods. Yun na po yung i-recommend niya pag ito ay sinubmit dito po sa ating pong head of the procuring entity for their approval. See to it na na-approve po yung APP ninyo. Huwag kayong mag-stop na hanggang sa back lang na isubmit. See to it that it is signed by the head of the procuring entity. So in the preparation of the annual procurement plan, once the appropriation ordinance becomes final, will emanate from the budget office. So hindi ito parang APPMP na nag-emanate sa end user. This time, it will emanate from the budget office, no? Who will provide the comments on the indicative PPMPs to end users based on the what is indicated in the appropriation ordinance. Ito na yung budget final na. So, ilagay na niya doon. Kung ito man ay nabawasan, na-scrap, no? Walang nadagdagan, nabawasan, na-scrap, okay? And then, the end user unit, now, pag binalik sa end user unit ng budget, it will finalize now the PPMPs, para ma-reflect what is in accordance with the appropriation ordinance, and then consolidate the PPMPs to annual procurement plan by the back secretariat and recommendation by back of the procurement modalities, and to be approved, of course, by the head of the procuring entity or the local chief executive. When it comes sa inyo, mga LGUs. Okay. These are the tips in consolidating the PPMPs into an annual procurement plan. You may sort it by type of procurement. Okay. Sort it by type of procurement, whether it is procurement of goods, infra, or consulting services. You may check for items which can be merged. No? Several items, kinonsolidate mo kasi similar items po sila, like similar IT equipment or mga design and build projects as well as the office furniture. So you check for those items because you could merge it. And then, pwede rin na i-separate mo rin, no, yung mga common use supplies and non-common use supplies, because the common use supplies will be included in the APPCSE. Okay, later we'll discuss that. And then what are the modes of procurement, which could be, this could be done to public bidding, this could be done to alternative methods of procurement such as shopping, small value procurement, etc. And of course, yung mga sources, by source of funds, whether, anong tawag dito, general fund, syempre, o kaya ito, dapat, ito yung mga ano natin for the, ang tawag dito, yung, actually, general fund halos yung ano nyo, pero syempre, sineseparate mo, yung 20% development fund, what else, yung NDRRM ninyo, yung LDRRM ninyo, dream fund ninyo, yan, mga sources of funds ninyo. Okay, pwede rin yan na maging one of the ways of consolidating your PPMPs into an annual procurement plan. Okay? Okay, sorry, ano may sumisenya siya. That, okay, on the screen now is the format of the, okay, format for the annual procurement plan. Okay, yan po yung annual procurement plan ninyo. Downloadable again in the gpp.gov.ph, yung website po nila. And okay, let us look at the columns. Okay, so how many columns actually? Ang columns po natin, 9, pero may mga sub-columns po tayo. So, kung bibilangin mo siya actually, so 9, 3 plus 2. Parang 9 plus 3 plus 2 yan. Mga 9 plus 3 plus 2, 14 columns kung bibilangin mo siya talaga. Okay. So on the first column, that is your UACS code or PAP code, no? You may use the internal numbering system na sinabi ko po kanina. Sabi ko nga ako, I prefer the AIP code, no? And then the procurement program or project, yung description po niya, yung general. And then, sino po yung PMO? That would be on the third column. And then on fourth column, there's a fourth column there wherein tinatanong whether or not the procurement project is undertaken or will be undertaken through EPA or not. So yan po, on the fourth column. While on the fifth column, will reflect the mode of procurement. Wag niyo pong wag po nating sundan yung competitive bidding dito sa fourth column. Itong competitive bidding sa fourth column dapat nasa fifth column. Kasi may answer po tayo. Parang default kasi ito doon sa ating pong sa nada-download, no? And then yung pong sixth column which is composed of 4 sub-columns is for your schedule of the activities. So each stage of the procurement activities has been provided a column, one for the advertisement or posting of the invitation to bid and the request for expression of interest when it comes to when it comes to consultancy services. And then yung submission of opening of bids, which was also provided a sub-column. And then when is the notice of award as well as the contract signing. Another column, and the column number 7 is for your source of funds. Yan. And then the estimated budget, which has 3 sub-columns. Yung pong total, hindi po, kumbaga, malalagyan yan kasi po pag walang laman yung MOE at capital outlay, wala po ilalaman dun sa total. O kung hindi mo kinargahan kasi automatic na merong parang click down menu, no? And then yung column 9 mo is for your remarks. Okay. This is now an actual sample of the APP. Sorry po pag ito po ay medyo blurry or medyo malabo. Lalo po sa mga gumagamit po ng mga Facebook Live. Hello po sa mga nanonood sa ating pong sa Facebook. Okay? So dito makita mo sa ating pong actual APP sample. Babasahin ko lang po, no? Code P07, and then we have here the list of venue with procurement meals and rental of lead rolls for the procurement forum. Again, this is an actual APP of the GPPB TSO. So yung PMO or end user unit ang nilagay, and then the fourth column, ang question is this an early procurement activity? And you will only have to answer yes or no, parang click down menu po yan. And then, mode of procurement, okay, lease of real property and venue ang gagamitin po nila. That is why in the schedule of each procurement activity, there would be now entry, NA, ang ilalagay doon sa advertisement and posting of the invitation to bid or the request for expression of interest, NA, kasi it is done through negotiated procurement lease of real property and venue. And then yung notice of award, meron kang ilagay doon. Kasi doon din sa submission, wala rin and the contract signing. Ngayon, kung ito naman ay medyo, kumbaga, mag-undergo siya ng bidding, all of these columns under the schedule of each procurement activity will have to be filled out, no? Mapipilled upan yan kasi mag-undergo ka ng bidding which will have a complete procurement process. And then for the column ng source of funds o GOP, sa inyo naman, general fund, etc. And then, for the estimated budget, okay, pag pinilapan mo si MOE, automatic nagtototal na siya, and so on and so forth. And on the last column, that would be the remarks or the short description of the procurement project. Okay, so can we update it? How do we update our APP? So we do that, no, by having this supplemental APP. No, may supplemental APP po tayong ilalabas. So that is updating. Kasi kung minsan, mas maganda na po yung sinusupplement natin para ma-maintain natin yung original na APP. No, hindi ka mawawala. No, i-update mo na lang. Or sometimes, meron kang inaalis doon, nandun ka sa yun na lang updating ng APP mo. Kung magdadagdag ka, supplemental, kung ikaw ay magtatanggal ng mga projects, yan, pwedeng update mo na mismo doon sa APP mo, tanggalin mo lang. So the updating and the preparing of the supplemental PPMPs will emanate from the end user unit, and then this will be submitted to bids and awards committee kasi hindi po malalaman ng BAC kung wala siyang pagbabasihan. So how could the BAC and the BAC Secretariat update or prepare a supplemental APP if there are no updated or supplemental PPMPs submitted to them? And then eventually, the updated and supplemental APP prepared by the BAC and the BAC Secretariat will be submitted to the head of the procuring entity for its approval. Okay, so we have notes here in the filling out of the annual procurement plan. So the procuring entity's internal numbering system will be used, no? Or pwede rin UACS code or the PAP codes. Okay, so you may use 2013-1 COA DBM DOF Unified Account Code Structure if applicable to you. For the PMO and end user unit or column, may multiple end user only if the procurement activity was consolidated and by the BAC to procure the requirements of the different end user units. Maraming mga end user kasi kanyan, i-consolidate yan talaga. And then, drop-down lists are available for the mode of procurement of funds and source of funds for ease of use. So, ang may drop-down list pala is the mode of procurement and the source of funds. Wala yung para sa yes or no ng EPA or not. Okay. So, the specific schedule for the advertisement and the post of IB, invitation to bid, yung IB, yung REI is the request for the expression of interest, which is very similar to the request for the quotation, yeah? As well as the submission and the opening of bids. The notice of award and the date for the contract signing are automatically identified through the MS Excel formula, such as specific po yung period. The date, the month, the quarter for its procurement activity should be indicated. The total ABC column cannot be edited, but it is automatically computed by filling out the MOOE or capital outlay columns. But make sure that the figures is aligned with the budget documents. Okay? So, for MICA, if you have multiple projects, the ABC, multi-year projects rather, the ABC shall be the full amount stated in the MICA with remarks on the amounts to be disbursed for the fiscal year. Okay, so APP, Annual Procurement Plan vis-a-vis the Annual Procurement Plan for the CSE. Nangyari po ito wherein nagkaroon po ng AOM ang isang LGU. Tapos nag-refer yung LGU sa amin. Ma'am, ang sabi po kasi sa AOM namin, there is no annual procurement plan, sabi nila. But actually, ma'am, may nag-prepare po kami. Actually, sinabit po namin ito sa DBM, sa PS-DBM daw. Nako, only to know, sabi ko sa kanila, oy, that is not really your annual procurement plan because the annual procurement plan being referred to in the IRR of RA 9184 is different from that of the annual procurement plan for commonly used supplies and equipment. Yung APPCSE should be no included in the APP. Di ba? Yung APPCSE nandoon. Pero not all items in the APP are included in the APPCSE. As the APP, Common Use Supplies and Equipment, serves as basis of DBMPS in projecting its inventory requirements, scheduling of activities, and overall management of the central procurement system of the central procurement of the common use goods as indicated or mandated in DBM circular letter number 2011-6 and 2011-6A. Kumbaga, nagsasubmit po tayo, online na po, hindi na po tayo nagsasubmit ng hard copy. Ninamandate po tayo, we are being mandated to submit in order for them to have a magnitude of the needed ang tawag dito, items or the materials, common use supplies, items and materials to be sold in the DBMPS. The common use supplies refers to those supplies and materials and equipment included in the price list of the procurement service which are necessary in the transaction of the official businesses of the procuring entity and consumed in its day-to-day operations. Dati po kasi, we cannot, in order for us to undergo a procurement activity through shopping under 52.1B, yan yung kinakanbas natin o hinihingian ng request for quotation. Pag ito ay common use supplies, kasi yun po ang ating sinashopping, pag ito ay common use supplies, anong tawag dito na outside, no, nawala sa PSDBM, dati hinihingian yan ng ng certificate of non-availability of supplies or stocks na kukunin mo dito sa PSDBM. Pero parang ang na ngayon, standard is na procedures now is yung wala sa price list. Okay? So I'm sure you know that already, and it is also, I think, discussed in yesterday or will be discussed sa mga susunod. Hindi man na-discuss yesterday. Okay? This is now the look in case you have not yet seen it, kasi ito usually ginagawa po ito ng ating pong supply office o ng general services, yung APPCSE po. So these are being submitted to the PSDBM online. So yan po yan. As you can see, the look of that, they have the items there plus the months kung kailan mo bibilihin, and you will only just fill out how many quantities do you need in the month, no? Provided in the months, in the column provided for the months, and it will automatically total kasi may price list na rin. And then, yun na po ang kailangan i-online submission pa natin sa PSDBM. Okay? Okay, few more slides and then we're done, I think. I hope we are still on time. Okay? So that we will have much time for our Q&A because I would love to be hearing from you. Matuto rin ako sa inyo. Makapag-share din po kayo later. So, we will now be in the early procurement. Balik tayo. Early procurement regime. Okay? Ito na po yung EPA. Nang EPA po refers to the conduct of procurement activities from posting of the procurement opportunity, that is the advertisement. Okay? If required, until recommendation of the BAC to the hope as to the award of contract, for goods to be delivered, infrastructure to be implemented, and services to be rendered in the following fiscal year, pending approval of the respective funding sources. So this is being done by procuring entities. Okay? So ang sabi niya, no, for the projects to be delivered, infrastructure projects to be implemented, and services to be rendered in the following fiscal year. So you do not conduct an early procurement activities ng the same year. Yung para sa next year, i-conduct mo ngayon. So that is an early procurement activity. Nakakatuwa. Sabi ni Basic ko mabuti. Para po nagkakaintindihan po tayo. So why conduct early procurement activities? Okay, the first there is for the early completion of procurement projects. So we have projects that has to be delivered or say for example, implemented by January. Kung minsan, first quarter, sabihin mo na. So nagmamadali ka. Dapat na-implement mo na yan, di ba? So it will, anong tawag, be an advantage to us if we could be able to implement it as early as January, was as early as when you really need it during the first quarter. And this is very important now, especially to the government agencies wherein there's already a shift to the annual cost-based budgeting, no? Na kami CBB approach na kami, no? Cost-based budgeting approach na. Hindi na po yung dati na pwede mo namang i-obligate, na-obligate mo within ng December, and then next year na yung implementation. Pag cost-based kasi, pag na-obligate mo this year, dapat na-implement mo na rin ngayong year na to. Diba? Okay. So, when we conduct also EPA, we could effectively manage our procurement projects, especially, anong tawag dito? There are some agencies which might include the LGUs who only have ad hoc back secretariat committees. Hindi po siya nakapag-establish ng procurement unit dahil kukunti lang ang tao dito sa kanyang anong tawag dito sa local government units, kaya nag-ad hoc na lang sila. So makakatulong po talaga kaga merong EPA. And then it will also allow timely implementation of projects, especially goods that are basic, necessities of the public, and to prepare also for unforeseen contingencies or unforeseen occurrences, such as yung mga nagagamit natin, mga fire trucks, mga lifeboats, ayan. Especially now, yung mga medicines, vaccines na kailangan natin, diba? So, para po timely po yung mga implementation natin. And of course, it is an A+ for fiscal effectiveness as tawag dito, especially sa amin po sa government na nagiging mandatory po ang mag-undergo ng EPA when we want to be eligible dito po sa performance-based bonus. So kailangan inaano po kasi yan ng IATF AO25 Secretariat, no? Interagency Task Force AO25 Secretariat po. Nire-require po kami na mag-undergo po ng EPA. Pero hindi naman po na to the point na very fixed na hindi naman dapat mag-conduct ng EPA ay pinagpilit na kinakandak, at pag hindi nag-conduct ay wala na pong PBB. Of course, meron pong proseso po dyan. Okay? Now, what is the scope and application of these early procurement activities? Will it apply to the LGUs? Yes. All types of procurement for goods, infra projects, and consulting activities of the national government, the GOCCs, the state universities and colleges, the GFIs or the government financial institutions, as well as the local government units, which ang source ng funds nila ay sa appropriation ordinance. Okay? And a procurement project, anong scope and applications niya? It is applied to a procurement projects, which refers to a specific or identified procurement projects, which shall be detailed, described, and scheduled in the PPMP and included or consolidated in the annual procurement plan. So that particular project, of course, is your annual procurement plan. And it is applicable to projects undertaken through competitive bidding. So competitive, basta competitive bidding, whether or not it is within the threshold. Kasi iba-iba ang threshold ninyo sa LGUs, di po ba? Sa government agencies kasi 1 million, above 1 million, okay, public bidding. Pero dito iba-iba ang threshold po ninyo, no? So depends kung anong class of income class kayo, no po. So EPA is applicable for procurement projects undertaken through competitive bidding. Okay? Basta competitive bidding. Kahit na within the threshold nyo yan para mag-alternative methods of procurement, no? Pero in-undergo nyo ng public bidding, EPA yan. And alternative methods of procurement except, ayan yung exception applicable to sa alternative methods as well as competitive bidding. Pero may exception saan? Sa alternative methods of procurement. At ano po yun? Repeat order, shopping, negotiated procurement under emergency cases, negotiated procurement ng takeover contracts as well as negotiated procurement ng small value procurement. Okay? So those are the exceptions sa EPA na mga alternative methods of procurement. Okay. So, mag-undergo ka ng EPA if na-prepare mo na yung mga activities such as the CBA, the feasibility studies, or market research, whichever is applicable, kung ano yung ginawa mo. For civil works, meron ng detailed engineering designs, may mga clearances na, may mga right-of-way acquisitions na. In short, we conduct our EPA for projects that are shovel-ready or implementation ready. Okay, so do not forget that. Hindi tayo pwedeng mag-conduct ng EPA, that is public bidding short of award, if our projects are not implementation ready. So the annual procurement plan, para makapag-conduct tayo, must already be approved by the local chief executive, in your case LGU, and must be submitted now to the sanggunian para makaproceed tayo with the EPA. Okay? Oy, we have another knowledge check. I think, is this our last knowledge check, Ma'am Janelle? Come in. Are you still alive, people? We'll have a knowledge check.
Yes, so for our fourth knowledge check, may we request the participants to type in their questions to the Zoom chat box. And the GPPB TSO will give another special token to the first participant who will answer the question correctly. So may we request our technical team to please flash the question.
Na-flash na po ba yung question, ma'am?
Hindi pa, ma'am. Sandali lang po. Ayan. So for our prized question, please type in your answer at the chat box. So early procurement activity is applicable for procurement projects undertaken through negotiated procurement, small value procurement. Again, early procurement activity is applicable for procurement projects undertaken through negotiated procurement, small value procurement. Is it true or false? So the first correct answer to answer in our chat box will win a special token from the GPTB TSO.
Wow, I'm sure it's limpak-limpak na ano yan, salapi ba? So happy para sa ano natin, winner. I'm so excited.
Yes po. So our first participant who answered is from LGU Balatan Toldanes Job. Sir Job Toldanes. Ang answer po niya, ma'am, is false. Tama po ba ito?
Wow! Congratulations! It's false. Nakinig siya, no? Hindi kasama yung small value procurement na mga among the procurement modalities to be included in the EPA. So hindi kasama, it's not included yung exemption siya. It's one of the exemptions. Okay?
Congratulations po, Sir Job.
Yes, congratulations. I'm so also very happy na hindi pa po pala sila natutulog. Okay, so we're nearing the finish line actually. So the indicative, we're now on the preparatory activities. The indicative annual procurement plan shall be posted on the agency's transparency seal as provided in DBM Circular Letter number 2018-8. And usually kasi pag nag-start ng project, parang nagkakaroon ng certificate of availability of funds ng accountant. Para this time naman, because it's an EPA, it's very clear that I want to emphasize here that the certificate of availability of funds shall not be required for you to undergo the EPA. Hindi siya requirement para makapag-undergo ng EPA, maka-start, no? Because this is anong tawag dito? An procurement short of award because the annual appropriations are not yet approved. So hindi talaga makapag-issue ng certificate of availability of funds kasi wala pa pong basihan. Na po, just dito ang basihan mo lang are the figures that are indicated in the local expenditure program of the LGUs. The bidding documents and the PhilJAP's posting shall expressly provide that the procurement project is undertaken through EPA. Okay? So, the prospective bidder shall be properly informed, no? Baka mamaya yung mga bidders nag-expect na let's say for example, nag-start kayo ng EPA ninyo October, nag-expect na i-award dyan by December kasi sabi niya, dapat 3 months lang ang procurement activity from opening of bid to award of contract. Uy, nagbasa siya, alam niyang 3 months lang, no? Pero hindi niyo magagawa because that's an EPA, di ba? That's an EPA. So you could only do the awarding after you have the appropriations ordinance. Okay, you have the appropriation ordinance. So the prospective bidders should be properly informed rules and procedures of EPA, that there's a fixed price rule na hindi porket kinandak ngayon next year mag-award ng contract iba ang presyo next year, maniningil ng ng more than doon sa ABC na nandoon sa mga bid docs. So explain that very properly, as well as there's a possibility of having an extension of the bid validity period, yung 120 calendar days. Maano po yun? Baka ma-exceed po natin yun, especially when nagkaroon ng re-enacted budget, may extend. And of course, the bid security, no? Baka po mag-expire po ang mga yan, no? So what will you do is to explain it and when there is kasi an extension of the bid validity during EPA, no, at saka ng you will just kumbaga allow them to have an extension at pati ng kanilang bid security, i-inform mo sila. Those who refuse to extend their bid validity and renew their bid security, renew or extend their bid security, the life of the bid security, mangyayari po medyo ma-out na po sila sa game kung hindi sila nag-extend, di ba? Pero you do not forfeit their bid security. Kasi ang rule natin, di ba, pag nag-out ang isang bidder during the procurement process na hindi pa na-award yung contract, nag-out na siya, mapupurpit yung bid security niya. This is not the case if the activity is being undertaken through EPA. No? Yung hindi sumali, hindi na nag-prefer na mag-stay, hindi mo ipopurpit yung bid security nila. Okay? Yun lang, pumayag na mag-extend ng bid validity and security ang kasali pa sa game. Validity of the eligibility requirements prior to the award of contract, i-explain mo, yan yung sinabi ko kanina, as well as the conditions of award and the date of the earliest activity. The conduct of EPA from posting to recommendation of the BAC to the HOPE as to the award of contract shall observe the mandatory timelines set in the 2016 revised implementing rules and regulation of Republic Act 9184, including the period for rebidding, which shall be within 15 calendar days after each declaration of the failure of bidding, which may be extended up to 30 days upon approval of the HOPE. So please take note of that timeline. Okay. So revision of the indicative APP before award of contract. Will we revise it? Yes, we could, as soon as the funding source of the procurement project has been approved regardless of the stage. And upon approval po of the APP and the commencement of the running of the period to award the contract and complete the procurement process, the HOPE may approve or disapprove the recommendations of the BAC. Pag in-approve niya, syempre mag-issue siya ng notice of award to the lowest calculated responsive bid for the procurement of goods and civil works or to the highest rated responsive bid para po sa ating mga consultancy services, whichever is applicable. And disapproval, if it is disapproved, the HOPE shall issue notify BAC and the bidder in writing of the decision and the grounds why, bakit na disapprove. So the final approved APP shall be submitted to the GPPB on or before the end of January of the budget year and shall be posted in accordance with Executive Order number 662 series of 2007 as amended. So doon po sa Appendix 1 for the revised APP for the conduct of EPA. Okay, next. Okay, so ito na ngayon yung mga rules po natin. Rules in awarding under EPA. When to award the contract. Notwithstanding the mandatory procurement timeline provided in Section 37 of Republic Act 9184, the procurement projects undertaken through EPA may be awarded upon the approval or the effectivity of the appropriation ordinance. Okay, so say for example sa LEP, palitan mo ito, LEP itong National Expenditure Program kasi for national government agencies yan. The LEP is 1 million. So nagbase ka ng inyong ABC doon sa LEP. So 1 million din, which is good dahil nung nagkaroon ng bidding at nag-post qualify ka, yung lowest calculated responsive bid or yung highest rated responsive bid, whatever is the case, is equal to the ABC. And then naaprubahan si inyong budget, appropriation ordinance, ang amount niya is 1 million. So you could approve it. Okay? Pwedeng i-award mo. However, no, please take note, in the case of pre-enacted budget, alam mo naman, hindi ka pwedeng magkaroon ng new projects. So, only those contract, we could only award those contract for recurring procurement activities or projects, not for new procurement project. So, I am emphasizing that in sa re-enacted budget, wala pong new projects, only recurring projects. Okay? So we could also award it, rule number 2, let's say for example, yung NEP 1.2 million, no? Yung LEP mo, yung ABC mo is 1.2 million, nagkaroon ka ng anong tawag dito, post-qualification, maganda. Kung matutuloy, makakasave ka ng 200,000 kung ito ay may award mo. So, kasi ang lowest calculated responsive bid mo, ito yung sinasabi kong procurement efficiency through public bidding. Kasi nung nagbidding ka, nagbid mababa sa ABC. So, 1 million. And noong lumabas si Appropriation Ordinance, 1 million din ang amount, so you could award it. Okay. Kung naman ang cases is nawala, okay, yung pondo sa Appropriation Ordinance, nawala po yung pondo para sa project, you cannot award it. Kahit na po yung lowest calculated responsive bid ay mas mababa doon sa ABC. Meron sanang procurement efficiency to public bidding. Kaso, nawala po sa appropriation ordinance yung amount ng inyong project. Or na kulangan, nabawasan. On the second example, no, yung pong amount ng contract is yung ABC, not the ABC, the lowest calculated responsive bid proposed for a 900,000. Okay din sana kasi ang ABC was 1 million. But in the GAA or in the appropriation ordinance rather, it's only 800,000, which is lower than the lowest calculated responsive bid. Hindi po siya pwede. So you will not award the contract. Sayang. Okay? So in all instances, the head of the procuring authority has the right to exercise the reservation clause under Section 41 of the RA 9184, which grants the right not to award the contract if for any justifiable and reasonable ground the award of contract will not redound to the benefit of the government. So say for example, yung pong, let's say for example, yung pong pagtatayuan pala ng building na site, yung site niya na dito mo ini-envision na tatay isang building hindi naman natin alam kung ano yung panahon, biglang umulan at lumipat yung yung river doon, yung flow ng water doon sa lugar na yun at mababaha. So pag ipinatayo mo pa yung building na yun doon, it will no longer redound to the benefit of the government. Sayang. Or say for example, okay yung site, itatayo mo na sana kasi nagbidding na kayo and then all of a sudden merong isang mayaman na balikbayan doon sa LGU, ang sabi niya, I will donate this kind of this amount of money for you to construct that building. So meron nang magdo-donate. So why still use the government, no? Siya na ang magpapatayo at i-donate na lang nila. Okay? So mga cases na ganyan. And notwithstanding the approval and effectivity of the appropriation ordinance, the procuring entity shall not award the contract for procurement projects requiring special allotment release order. So take note of this. Yung ating pong mga LGSF, hindi po pwede pag wala po tayong tawag dito SARO kasi special budget request din po yun. Nire-request po natin yun. Ano po? Okay. Now, the tolling of period. pending approval and effectivity of the General Appropriations Act, no, the appropriation ordinance for the LGUs, the following period shall be tolled or suspended. The 15-day period for the hope to approve the resolution of the BAC and to issue the notice of award provided under Section 37. And kasi may 15-day period siya, no, yung BAC para siya ay pumirma. At ito po yung mandatory na sinasabi ko na meron sa Supreme Court decision po dito, the 3-month period within which to complete the procurement process from the opening of bids up to the award of contract under Section 38 of RA 9184. So yung 3-month period shall mean in calendar days, 90 series yan. 90 series. So the period of time for the award of contract and the termination of the procurement process, as the case may be, shall begin to run again upon the approval and effectivity of the appropriation ordinance. It shall not commence anew. Porket tinol mo o nang after 73 days na stop there, nagtuling ka kasi wala pa naman approval ng GAA or ng appropriation ordinance, wala pa, magbibigin anyo yun, another set ng ng timelines mo, hindi po, no? Hindi, ganyan. So we have here an example para po mas maintindihan po natin. Actually, i-tweak po natin, kunyari, i-tweak natin yan sa kasi ang ating pong left is mag-ano lang yan, mga bandang August, no? Not August actually, kung prepared na yung left natin for submission to our local chief executive. So maybe sometime, pag mabilis kayo, mga August, prepared na yan. Pero actually, October 16 talaga ang submission, di po ba? So dito sa aking example, which is actually for the national government agencies, na usually ang NEP po ay lumalabas ng mga bandang July or August. So, July 30, nag-opening ang bid kasi nakapag-post na sila ng kanilang mga advertisement at nilagay ng opening of bid is on July 30. So from July 30, nag-proceed siya sa procurement process up to post-qualification. So come October 11, no, meron na sila, they already have the lowest calculated responsive bid which should be indicated in the resolution to be submitted to the BAC for recommendation of the award of contract. Not BAC, but the procuring entity rather. No? So, you count from July 30 bid opening up to October 11, there are 73 days. So, na-consume mo na yung 90 period ng procurement process kasi from opening of bid up to award of contract, there should be 90 days. So para malaman mo kung ilan pang number of days for you to award and the contract and to complete the procurement process, deduct the 73 days from the 90 days. Okay? So nag-stop ka ng October 12, kailan magre-resume? Upon approval of the GA or effectivity of the appropriation ordinance, this is January 1, assuming na wala pong re-enacted. Permado na po yan, everything okay. So January 1. So dinidak mo, 90 minus 73, you have 17 days. So yung 17 days mo, magi-start ka ng counting kung kailan naging effective ang appropriation ordinance, which is January 1. So, si January 1, dito, pwede mo nang sabihan, si Mayor, pwede na po, you have 15 days to decide whether or not you will approve our recommendation to award the contract. So, from January 1 plus 15 days to January 16, the hope now, that is the period for the hope to award the contract. Hanggang January 16 siya. So that is 15 days. Pag kinonsume niya. Pero kung let's say mabilis naman si mayor na pumirma o si governor na pumirma, kapag decide siya kaagad kasi okay naman, then pwedeng within this period, mapirmahan na niya and the the procuring entity will have more time to complete the procurement process. Because in this case, pag inubos po ni Mayor o ni Governor po yung 15 days, 2 araw na lang po ang naiiwan para po makumpleto ang buong procurement process. Again, it should not exceed the 90-day period. Okay? So, yan po yung explanation po kanina na sinabi ko. Bid opening July 30. Recommendation of the BAC. This is the LGRCB na October, LCRB na October 11. So, deduct 90 days. Kasi yan po yung pinaka-constant natin, 90 doon sa number of days from July 30 to October 11, and that is 73. So 90 minus 73, then you have the remaining 17 days from January 1 to January 1 up to 17, January 17 to award the, or to complete the ito na nga, January 1, ito 18 pala, 18 kasi January 1 plus 15, January 16 plus 2, January 18. Okay, last knowledge check, no? Last knowledge check, and then last set of slides, and then we're done. Okay, ma'am?
Yes po, for our last knowledge check, the question is, in the case of a reenacted budget, the PE may also award the contract of new procurement projects undertaken through EPA. A, true, B, false. Please select your answer po in the Zoom polling question. Again, in the case of a reenacted budget, the PE may also award the contract for new procurement projects undertaken through EPA. Kindly select your answer to the Zoom polling feature. Our Facebook viewers may also type in their answer through the comment section.
Okay, do we have now the answer?
Yes, ma'am. Most of the answers is true.
Oh,
Tama po ba, ma'am?
my gosh naman, ano naman ako, na-hurts ako dyan, maghiwalay na lang tayo. Okay, so mas marami, 62% daw ang true. In the case kasi ng reenacted budget, you cannot award new projects, di ba? Only recurring projects ang pwede mong i-award, so it's false. False po. In the case of a reenacted budget, we cannot award new projects, no? New projects. Tandaan po natin yan. Reenacted budget, walang new project. So mahirap ang reenacted. Kahit hindi po sa procurement, mahirap talaga ang reenacted. Pati adjustment ng salaries natin ay hindi ma-adjust pag ito ay reenacted budget. Instead na magkaroon tayo ng increase, walang movement kasi no new projects. Okay? So sige. I guess nagugutom na kayo kaya paspasan na natin. At saka nakita ko parang marami yata sa chat box. Okay. So ito na, last slides na to. Ilan na lang? Ilang piraso na lang. No? Okay, yung reporter requirements po no, ng ating pong na sinasabit po sa GPP required. So January, yung approved annual procurement plan po to be submitted to the Government Procurement Policy Board by January 30. And ito po kasing ating pong APP, sabi ko nga sa inyo, this is a living document. You may adjust it, visit it, update it, supplement it, no? From time to time. And you will do that, updated APP or supplemental APP. You may do that within the first quarter. Any day in the first quarter. Pero yung submission po natin ng updated or supplemental APP shall be done on the next month, after the end of the semester, and that is July for the first semester. Ha? So iba yung sinubmit mo sa GPBP na APP kung may amendment, kasi January yon. Kung may amendment doon, gagawin mo yan, submission mo ng July for the first semester. And then, because we need to monitor our projects, our procurement projects, so we should submit our procurement monitoring report. So yung procurement monitoring report mo for the first semester shall be submitted every 14th day of the month following the end of the semester. So PMR for the first semester shall be submitted to GPPB by July 14. For the second semester naman, okay, ang updating ng second semester is on January. So updated ng second semester na APP, prior year. Iba rin yung isasubmit mo for the current year, and that is the approved APP, kasi iba yung naka-violet. Magsasubmit ka rin nung naka-violet dito sa first natin na kung may kulay man yung inyong mga screen. Okay? So, iba yung updated APP at iba rin yung approved APP. Kasi parang ito for last year, ito naman current year yung isa. And then, yung PMRD natin for second semester, procurement monitoring report shall be submitted to GPPB by January 14. And then we will undergo yung ating APCPI, no? Results of which to be submitted to the GPPB, no? Yung APCPI natin on March 31. Okay? So ini-emphasize ko rin dito under GPPB Resolution number 11-2020, the mandatory submission through electronic mail of the following. Email na lang, hindi po natin sinasubmit ang hard copy. Yung pong procurement reports in Microsoft Excel, as well as yung procurement reports in PDF. So ang procurement reports po natin, dalawa, the PMR and the APP. So either it should be submitted in Microsoft Excel as well as in the PDF, and the certification of posting of the APP and the procurement monitoring report signed by the BAC Secretariat, head of the BAC Secretariat, in the website or the portals, okay? Not the portals of the APP, but ayan, certification on posting of APP. In case a PE does not have the agency website, hindi na po sa portal na sa GPPB yan. In case a PE does not have a website, it could be posted in a conspicuous place reserved for the purpose in the premises of the procuring entity. In either case, the PE shall submit to the GPPB the certification that it has complied with the said posting requirements. Okay, I think we're done. Okay, salamat po sa inyong pakikinig and for being with me from 8 o'clock up to this time na mukhang kainan na, of course, but I'm still excited with your questions, of course. And before I forget, I will say this to you now that ito naging mantra ko na when you do things, no, even personal mo or pakikisalamuha mo sa mga kaibigan mo sa opisina or for the public, we should do things for the greater glory of God. Maraming salamat po. Now, let's have now our Q&A portion. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ma'am Grace, for facilitating a very informative and comprehensive discussion on procurement planning and budget linkage, including early procurement activities. So to proceed, we will be having an open forum. Our technical team has gathered your questions in the Zoom chat box and Facebook comment section. So for our first question, yung sa technical specifications, pwede po bang ilagay ang brand?
Hindi po. Hindi po tayo pwedeng maglagay ng brand sa technical specification. So, i-specify lang natin. yung thickness, description, yun, yung mga description lang, functional, as well as the, anong tawag dito, performance description, but do not put the brand. Hindi po tayo pwede. Okay? Pwede mo i-describe yung thickness, yung size, okay? Ano yung dimensions niya, pero not the brand. Next question.
Next question, please. For example, we budgeted 32 million initially for the planning of PPMP. Pwede po ba magbago ang amount ng PPMP from time to time? Example, naging 35 million siya.
Okay. Di ba dapat it should be within the context of the budget of the procuring entity. So say for example, ayan, nandoon siya sa ano, ito yung sa naka-approve na yung inyong appropriation ordinance. Nasa appropriation ordinance is 32 million. Siyempre hindi ka pwede doon unless lang na magkaroon ka ng supplemental budget. So kakaroon ka ng supplemental, another appropriation yan, appropriation or approving the supplemental budget ang gagawin mo. So that mabago mo, madagdagan mo yung amount na 32 million to 35 million. Okay?
Okay po. Next question, please. Section 7.4 states, changes to the individual PPMPs and the consolidated APP may be undertaken every 6 months or as often as may be required by the hope. Anong mga changes po ba ang sinasaad dyan? Descriptions, quantity descriptions, or insertion of new project or items?
Yes, visit it, di ba sabi ko sa inyo, visit it or update it regularly, baka hindi na po yun suitable sa ano. So you could change it sa quantity, sa description, anything, pwede mong i-ano dyan. Just as long within the, it is within the context of the budget of the the entity. Now, always take into consideration that. So pag nag-adjust ka, okay, as long as nandun pa rin siya sa budget ng entity, palitan mong quantity, the description, the insertion, basta meron kang basihan din ng pagpalit. Pwede po yun. Pwede. No? Kung especially so when you learn, when you will know, when you will later learn na bakit failure of bidding because of the price or because of the hindi properly match ang technical specs mo with the quantity, then you could with the amount or the ABC, then you could adjust it. You could adjust it precisely. Okay. Next question, if I was able to answer that, no? Satisfied yung ano? Okay.
Is green procurement valid justification for procuring a much costly item as compared to other items na less green pero mas mura ang presyo? Baka po ma-flag naman kasi ng COA. Example, food and catering services. Mas mataas presyo ng catering services kung plated ang serving or nasa biodegradable container as compared kung nasa styropack.
Okay, I am anong tawag dito? Always take into consideration that when you are crafting your specifications, and that is including yung green procurement na sinasabi ko, yung procurement specifications, dapat yun talaga ang need ng agency. Of course, ang green specification, maaring sabihin mo na makakamura ka kaysa yung mga biodegradable container. But kung yan talaga ang needs mo, ma-explain na mabuti yan sa COA that you are following these green specifications as provided by law kasi may legal basis ka naman, then okay naman siya. Kasi yung cost over benefit, it's not only that you are referring to the price, di ba? Value for money ang sinasabi ko parati. That when you that when you craft your specs, value for money, or do not only think of the price, but also think of the efficiency and the effectiveness of that you could get from the procurement. And that will also include yung mga compliance sa mga requirements when it comes to mga green procurement, sa mga environment natin na kailangan ganito. Okay? Otherwise, walang kapupuntahan yung ating mga measures for our environment, no? Walang kapupuntahan po yan. Kung hindi po tayo titignan natin parati yung mas mababang presyo. So think of it, babalansin mo. Basta hindi lang siya luxurious and excessive. Excessive. Okay? Unnecessary na dinagdag mo siya, no? Basta nag-abide ka doon sa green procurement, nandyan yan sa GPPB, you have the legal basis. Pwede mo siyang idepensa sa ating pong COA. Okay? And the COA knows that. Kasi marami pong speakers na mga auditors po natin. They know that. Okay?
Next question po. Considering the end user's budget and its preferred quality of item to be delivered, can the end user make a specification that will lead to the brand he wants or needs during market survey? Example, printer, laptop, projector, etc.
Be careful, baka you are already restrictive to a particular brand, that it will also limit now the participation of other suppliers, no? Careful of that. Paano pa natin ikakrap yan? Okay? Again, we go back. Yung performance na gusto mo at yung functions ng item na gusto mo, okay? Dapat makrap yan, ma-include yan in your crafting of the technical specifications. Okay? So, hindi pwedeng restrictive ang ating specification that you will be referring na to a particular brand. No? Careful of that. Pwedeng ilapit na, hindi pwedeng itutumbok mo kasi marirestrict. Tailor fitting, thank you, Sir Sinen. Si Sir Sinen, that is tailor fitting actually. Si Sir Sinen is our budget officer from IBA, Zambales. So that is tailor fitting. Tama po yun. Okay? So it's not feasible.
Okay. So we are down to our last two questions. Regarding po sa PR or purchase request na wala naman sa APP, pwede po ba na gumawa na lang ng supplemental APP at sino ang magpre-prepare ng supplemental APP at sino ang mga signatories?
Okay, walang supplemental APP pag walang PPMP na galing sa end user. So dapat yung PPMP in-update, no? Mag-emanate yan sa end user para po magkaroon ng supplemental APP. Ang supplemental APP, gagawin po yan ng box secretariat because they are the one who are consolidating the PPMPs. Okay? Kung wala naman silang marireceive na updated o ng supplemental PPMPs, anong i-consolidate nila into a supplemental APP? None. So it should emanate doon po sa end user. Sino ang signatory? Siyempre, yung supplemental APP, ang signatory is the head of the procuring entity pa rin.
Last question po. For example po, paano po ang bidder if hihingi ng refund ng bid fee if that allowed po kasi di na pwede ma-award sa bidder?
Kung hindi naman kasalanan po ng bidder, bakit hindi ma-award? Pwede mong i-refund. No? Let's say failure of bidding kasi hindi naman kasalanan yan ng bidder, pwede mong i-refund. Okay?
ma'am. And that concludes our open forum. If you have more questions, you may still ask them out even after this webinar by visiting slido.com. All you have to do is to just type in the event code #governmentprocurementph, to which the GPPB TSO will answer through on issuance or through FAQs. With that, we would like to thank our resource speaker, Ms. Ortiz, for graciously accepting our invitation to be part of this online training. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
For
you so
our
much.
Yes po. Thank you po, ma'am. For our winners, our event secretariat will contact you and how you can claim your tokens. Before we end our program, allow me to give a recap on our session for today. We have an in-depth learning discussion about the fundamentals of procurement planning, understand the basic principles of market study and project costing, preparation of the project procurement management plan, annual procurement plan, and the conduct of early procurement activities. Most importantly, we were able to tackle the importance of planning procurement projects with proper budget allocation within the given timeline. Before we end today's session, allow me to make a few final reminders. We would like to remind again our Zoom participants to please register to the online training management system of the GPP TSO by visiting the link flashed in your screens and using the control number emailed to you by our event secretariat. We would also like to remind everyone to please accomplish the participants' daily attendance sheet through Google Form by visiting the link shared to you by our event secretariat in our Zoom chat box. Rest assured that all the information gathered for this online training shall be treated with utmost confidentiality consistent with the provisions of the Data Privacy Act. Finally, for tomorrow's session, please be reminded that the program shall start at 8 a.m. and we would like to request everyone to log in at least 10 minutes before the program. Also, please be advised po that we shall again using the Zoom platform with credentials emailed to you by our event secretariat. And that is it. That concludes the second day of our online training for the municipal local government units under Public Act number 9184 and its 2016 implementing rules and regulations for batch 2. This has been your facilitator, Janelle de la Cruz. And first, before we end, we would like to invite everyone for a group photo opportunity. Please open your cameras po. We will be having 2 shots po. Okay na po ba? Open po natin yung cameras natin. Ayan po. In my count po, 1, 2, 3. Okay po, next. In my count po, smile. 1, 2, 3. Again, this is Janelle de la Cruz and thank you for attending day 2 of our training. Salamat po. See you all tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you po. Thank you po sa lahat.
Thank you po, Ma'am Grace.
Ma'am Grace, thank you po.